Chapter 1231. Etianyan said, "I know." Ji Tian's eyes widened, and then he looked at the evil spirit puppet, and immediately thought that it would be the evil spirit puppet, and then he knew about it. I don't even know how he found out. If he didn't find you, you would have been tortured for a while. Ji Shualian shook her head. Until now, she still didn't know how Etianyan did it. He easily found her brother's location. He clearly didn't say it clearly before, but he said he knew in such a short time. It was really strange for him to say that he knew in such a short while. Really? Ji Tianza was pleasantly surprised. Then I'll leave it to Big Brother Tianyan. The lives of our clansmen are in your hands. If we can save the elders, we will definitely repay Big Brother Tianyan. Tianyan nodded and smiled. It's not difficult to find them, but do you have any keepsakes? For example, your elders, or something close to the elder, whether it's blood or something else, as long as it's related to their bodies, even a strand of hair is fine. This, Ji Tianza thought for a moment, then shook his head. I do have it, but it was taken away. Taken away? Tianyan thought for a moment, then took out a storage ring and handed it over. This is Princess Tian Ji's storage ring. Take a look and see if there's anything of yours. You've already taken it. So fast, they were focused on revenge, so they didn't think about plundering treasures. Now that they remembered that their things were with them, they were furious. It's just a habit. Tianyan smiled awkwardly. He was used to doing this. After killing the other party, he would definitely plunder their things. These were all resources. He was used to being poor, so he had to search for resources frequently. He didn't need them, but the three realms needed them, so he definitely wouldn't let go of any resources. Ji Tianza did not say anything more. He immediately rummaged through his storage ring and quickly took out a token. This is the protective talisman that the elder gave me. If necessary, I will use it to protect myself. However, before I could even take it out, I was already controlled. This should be fine, right? That's not a problem. Very good. Etianyan's eyes lit up. This thing was definitely not a problem. After he took it, he immediately put it into the evil spirit wheel. After the evil spirit wheel spun, there was immediately a pulling force that pointed towards him. Found it. Etianyan smiled. So fast. They were shocked. They had just handed over the token, and they already knew where the person was, more or less. Of course, we still have to fly there. How about this? You guys can just follow me in. Tianyan stretched out his hand and beckoned them into the evil spirit puppet's body, and they left together. They could also see the situation outside from the inside, and they were very envious of this. If the divine spirit race could have evil spirit puppets, they would be able to ruthlessly punish the evil spirit race. They would also be able to do it without anyone knowing, and they would even be able to save their own clansmen. However, they could only think about it. Since Tianyan said that there was no other way, they could only give up. In fact, if there really was such a thing, there were still some things that were difficult to do. The higher the level of the puppet, the more difficult it was to make. At the very least, puppet masters had never made puppets with higher cultivation than them. They could only make puppets with lower cultivation than them, and the higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was. They needed to spend a lot of effort to be able to make them. So even if Tianyan had an absolute art in this area, there was not much meaning in them taking it. After all, the difficulty was too high and they could not make it, or the conditions were too harsh. If it was that easy, there would be puppeteers all over the place, instead of not seeing a single one. Puppet masters were too rare, but puppet masters who had truly trained to a certain level were all quite shocking. They would definitely be heavily nurtured by a faction or treated as a distinguished guest, and it would not be a problem for them to become an elder. A powerful puppet master could control a few or a dozen puppets at once. The most important thing was that they could become one with their mind, and the battle power they brought was unparalleled. After all, when working with others, there would be mistakes no matter what. However, their own puppets were different. They could completely become one with their mind, and they would not be disturbed at all. This way, their battle power would skyrocket, and they would have no problem killing enemies above their level. However, the puppet masters that they were envious of, E.T. Onion was not a puppet master. To him, a puppet master was too low level. He could have as many of these puppets as he wanted. However, their levels were too low, and they were of no use at all. E.T. Onion followed the traction force and flew forward quickly. The guards here did not stop him. It was his privilege to enter and exit this place at will, and no one would suspect him. Soon, he followed the traction force and arrived at the location where their elder was Darkheart City. So, it's Darkheart City. E.T. Onion squinted his eyes. According to the map, Darkheart City, as the name suggested, had an extremely large core. Compared to other cities, the core here was indeed one of the best. Most importantly, this core was still beating. It sounded like a heart, and it was making thumping sounds. That was why this place was called Darkheart City. However, Darkheart City was a special city. It was not a prison, and there was no sign of a prison. This did not mean that there were no prisons in this god territory. On the contrary, according to the map, there were a few prisons that were used to hold slaves or people who were captured from the outside world. Of course, there were also evil spirits. On the other hand, Darkheart City did not belong to the prison area, and he could not help but guess that it was a tribute. They had already treated the divine spirits as tributes, so they would naturally not be locked in the prison. When he asked the guards, none of them knew anything about it. It seemed like not many people knew about it. When he was about to enter, the token in his pocket suddenly rang. It was obviously a summoning order. It's Elder Tesso's summoning order. E.T. Onion frowned. Why was he summoned by Elder Tesso at this crucial time? He took out the token and was stunned when he sensed it. The place where he was summoned was none other than Darkheart City. The message from the token was to summon him to Darkheart City, and it happened to be right in front of him. What a coincidence that he summoned me to Darkheart City. Could it be? He squinted his eyes and could roughly guess why he was summoned. It was most likely related to the divine spirits. Chapter 1232. After receiving the message, E.T. Onion quickly flew to the Darkheart City. He didn't have to worry about anyone thinking that he was going to the Darkheart City. After entering Darkheart City, there was nothing special about the environment in Moonwan City. In fact, it was much more relaxed, and the security wasn't as strict. It wasn't that it wasn't important, it was very important. As soon as E.T. Onion came down, he immediately felt a powerful force locked on him. There was no doubt that it was Elder Tai Sua's spiritual sense, and he immediately saw him coming. With such a powerful Sir God here, there was no need for the security to be strict. It was meaningless. Plus, there wasn't just one powerful Sir God here. There were three. He could feel that there were three terrifying forces in different areas of Darkheart City. In that case, the guards were just decorations, and they were the ones who were in control. Three Sir Gods. It's a little tricky. E.T. Onion creased his eyebrows. He thought that he could save them easily, but it seemed that it was going to be difficult. According to what he did previously, although there was a chance of success, he had to be quick. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. In particular, he didn't want the evil spirit puppet to be exposed. He could make another one, but he would need more materials to make one with such a high cultivation. If he could, he definitely wouldn't want to abandon the evil spirit puppet. Come here. A voice sounded in his ear. Without a doubt, it was Elder Taiso's voice that was guiding him over. Tianyun could only listen to him and fly over. However, the direction he was heading was the same as the direction of the traction force. It didn't matter, as they were heading to the same place. However, it proved his assumption that Elder Tesso would bring him to the Divine Spirit clan. Very soon, he arrived at the area where Elder Tesso was. It was the inner area of Dark Heart City. When Elder Tesso saw him flying over, he was surprised. "You're here so quickly. Are you nearby?" Tianyun replied respectfully, reporting to Elder Tesso, "I was indeed just passing by and heard your summons, so I came over." From these words, he could tell that Elder Tesso did not call him in because he saw him outside, but because he really wanted him to come in. "So that's how it is. That's just right." Elder Tesso smiled and asked, "How is it? Is there no problem with the goddess? I wonder when they'll be able to give birth to their next generation." These elders were really beasts. They had just met, and they were already asking about these things. Ji Shuilian, who was in the evil spirit puppet's body, blushed. The others did not know what had happened and thought that the goddess was the evil spirit race's goddess, so they did not suspect Ji Shuilian. It had to be said that these things were extremely confidential, mainly because the evil spirit race would not betray them. So these things did not spread out. For example, the powerful Moon Soul Pavilion only knew the distribution of a portion of the factions. They did not know everything, so it was difficult for them to infiltrate. After all, the evil spirit race only allowed their own race to control power, unlike the other divine realms, which had all kinds of races, so it was different. Soon, Tianyun smiled and said, "I think it won't be long before they can give birth to outstanding descendants." "Very good." Elder Tesso's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, "Then I'll take you to a place that can help you level up. Although your current performance is not bad, if you can continue to level up, you will undoubtedly become stronger." "Elder Tesso, where are you taking me?" Tianyun asked, even though he knew the answer. He knew where Elder Tesso would take him. He was definitely going to see the Divine Spirit race. "You will know in a while." Elder Taiso smiled and led him into the inner part of Dark Heart City. After passing through a long corridor, just as they were about to walk out of the city, Tianyun immediately smelled a thick smell of blood. His heart sank. It was undoubtedly the smell of the Divine Spirit race's blood. Sure enough, after walking out, his eyes suddenly opened up. What he saw were two large blood pools, one on the left and one on the right, and there was a corridor in front of them. As for the blood pools here, there were divine spirits nailed to the sides, and their blood kept flowing slowly. Most importantly, they were constantly being treated, and they would be forcibly fed elixirs to replenish their bodies, so they would not die immediately. There were dozens of divine spirits here, and they were all nailed to the walls. Faint golden blood filled the two blood pools, just like that. In the two blood pools, there were many old evil spirit race lying inside, drinking the blood. Tianyun's pupils shrank. These old evil spirits were obviously the type that had reached the end of their lifespans. After absorbing the divine spirit race's blood, they slightly recovered their luster and replenished their lifespan. There were quite a few evil spirit race lying here, but there weren't many either, only a dozen or so. Their cultivation was not high, only at the 7th or 8th layer of the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. This made him very curious. The divine spirit race's blood was so precious. Why would they let these trash that had reached the end of their lifespans absorb it? Bastard, these damned evil spirit race. They actually did this to our clansmen. All of them were furious and wanted nothing more than to rush out of here, but they were immediately stopped by Ji Shuilian. "Calm down. Don't affect our benefactor. If we casually emit our aura and are sensed by the people outside, we will be finished." Ji Shuilian was also very angry, but she knew that she had to remain calm. If they wanted to save someone, they had to grasp the situation here. If they rushed out now, forget about saving someone, they would not even be able to protect themselves. Especially when there was a divine lord rancor beside them. Could they save him? After Ji Shuilian's advice, they all calmed down, but their eyes were still filled with anger. Yi Tianyun glanced at them and nodded at Ji Shuilian. Sometimes he had to be calm. If he was not calm, there would only be death. These are the development elders of our evil spirit race. Greet them. Elder Tesso indicated for Yi Tianyun to greet them. Greetings, elders. Yi Tianyun bowed deeply. Although he did not want to bow, if he did not, he would be kicked out. After he bowed, the development elders could not be bothered with him and continued to lie on the side. They had no intention of replying at all, as if they were deaf. Elder Tesso nodded and did not say anything else as he continued to lead him forward. Yi Tianyun, who was following behind, was extremely shocked in his heart. Those old evil spirit race were actually development elders. When he was staying here, he found the books of the evil spirit race and read them. He roughly understood a lot of things. Among them, the development elders were old antiques from many years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Originally, his cultivation was not low. As his lifespan came to an end, his cultivation became weaker and weaker, and in the end, he completely died. Chapter 1233. A group of old farts from the evil spirit race was relying on the blood of the divine spirit race to extend their lives, causing the divine spirit race to grit their teeth. No wonder they had captured so many divine spirit race beings. If they could extend the lives of these old farts, how could they not capture them? Originally, these old farts were all divine lords, but due to the problem of their lifespans, they had all dropped to the Lord of Heaven. Thus, if there was no need, they would not be bothered to move. After all, if they moved, they would die. That was basically what all cultivators did. He would either seal himself or use a similar method to prolong his life. The methods were similar, but the result would not change. Unless their cultivation had a breakthrough, the final outcome would still be death. As their lifespans were about to end, they were not interested in anything. Unless the evil spirit race was about to be destroyed, they would not care. For example, when Yi Tianyun greeted them just now, they did not pay any attention. Even if it was Elder Tesso who greeted them, it would be the same. They were like puppets soaking in the blood pool, not moving at all. Otherwise, they would move slightly and absorb the blood here. However, Yi Tianyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. These seemingly weak fellows were actually a group of cruel people. Their hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent people. Now that they had lost their ability to fight, they were here to extend their lives. If they did not have these achievements, the evil spirit race would not have given them such treatment. As they followed Elder Tesso, Tesso slowly explained, "As long as you create enough achievements, you will be able to continue living like those pioneering elders. Of course, you are still very young, so there is still a lot of time for you to make contributions." After passing through this corridor, what came into view were many sturdy cages. Each of these cages contained a godly spirit race individual. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of divine spirit race beings imprisoned here, including the divine spirit race's elders. This elder recognized him with a single glance. He just sat there calmly, his face filled with a peaceful expression. When they came in, he slowly opened his eyes, and a look filled with wisdom appeared in his eyes. She did not become extremely angry when Elder Tesso entered. Instead, when the other divine spirit race beings saw him, they revealed angry gazes, and some even wanted to curse. However, they did not do so, as if they had been told by the elder. "Yes, it's Elder Jiyu. They are all fine. That's great. Ji Shuilian sat on the ground, and when she saw that they were fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. At least, most of the clansmen were still here and had not been captured. They were worried that they would be transferred, and then it would be troublesome. After all, it would take a lot of effort and time to search everywhere. This was the same as Ji Tianzi being moved to another mansion, and that would be troublesome. Ji Tianzi and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing had happened, otherwise they would have been sad. Is my place comfortable? Elder Tesso walked in, his eyes narrowed as he smiled. They spirit race beings, one of them of God race beings, and spirit race on the spirit race beings, and they did not say anything. What's the matter this time? If there's nothing else, get out of here. Ji, you scolded him in a calm tone. What do you want this time? If not, then scram. Ji, you scolded them in a calm tone. The cages here were all made of specially made dark stones. In addition, their powers were sealed, so it was impossible for them to escape. Oh, you've been imprisoned for so long, yet you're still so arrogant. Elder Taiso smiled and said, but this is good. You're a little more energetic and fresh enough. Oh, you can be arrogant after being locked up for so long? Elder Tesso smiled and said, but this is good. It's fresh and lively. Then he turned to Tianyun and said, which one do you like? Other than this, Elder, you can choose any of them. For us, it's much better to absorb it than to take those pills. He clicked his tongue as if he was tasting delicious food. These are all great tonics. I saw that you have good potential, so I gave you one. If you make contributions in the future, I will give you another one. It took a lot of effort to capture these divine spirit race beings. Over the years, they have become more and more difficult to capture. All of them are hiding very well, but I still caught a lot of them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to offer them. Tianyun narrowed his eyes when he heard the word offer again. Elder Tesso, who are these divine spirit race beings offering them to? Tianyun asked. Our Region Lord, of course. The Region Lord ordered us to capture the divine spirit race beings. As for the other races, we are already sick of them. The divine spirit race is rare, so it is even harder to capture them, Elder Tesso said. Offering them to the Region Lord, Tianyun realized that they were offering them to the Region Lord. As for the other evil spirit race beings, they could not enjoy them at all. This was like a precious elixir. It would definitely be used by elders or area lords. As for the other races, they could not even look at them. However, the other races were already sick of them. Elder Tesso smiled and said, Go ahead. Other than that, Elder, you can choose anyone else, said Elder Tesso with a smile. Tianyun glanced at them. All of the divine spirit race beings looked gloomy. They were going to be chosen as food. However, he did not look at them for long. He casually pointed and said, Choose her. Tianyun casually pointed at the god spirit race, which was the closest to him. He didn't care much about the god spirit race. He didn't care about the god spirit race. He didn't care about the god spirit race at all. Choose me. Choose me. At this time, a young man stood up and shouted, Choose me if you can, you bastard. Be quiet. Elder Tesso waved his hand, and a formless energy slammed out, sending the young man flying. He smashed heavily against the sturdy prison cell and fainted. The other divine spirit race beings' faces darkened. They knew that they could not make the decision. As slaves, they could only choose to accept it. Choose a female divine spirit race. Not bad, not bad. Elder Tesso looked at him meaningfully. Tianyun felt helpless. He could choose one at random. He did not care if it was a male or female. However, he was too lazy to explain. Elder Tai Sua waved his hand, and the cage automatically opened. The divine spirit race expert floated over. His body was restrained, and he couldn't break free, just like Ji Shualian in the beginning. This is your reward. I hope you can perform well. When the time comes, I'll reward you with another one. Elder Tissot smiled as he sent the godly spirit over. It was as if he was tossing over a piece of merchandise. Chapter 1234. Thank you, Elder Tessot. Tianyan accepted the divine spirit race without any hesitation and directly threw it into the living ring. Elder Tessot was not surprised. If he did not put it into the living ring, could it be that he had to carry it on his back? I think highly of you. You have already proven that your ability is not simple by killing your way out of the encirclement of so many experts. Elder Tessot smiled and said, Now, you should properly improve yourself. I will arrange a mission for you after a period of time. You must complete it perfectly. If you can complete it perfectly, you will be able to meet the domain lord. Mission? Tianyan was puzzled. Yes, but this mission is not easy to complete. What you need to do now is to properly improve yourself. Elder Tessot patted his shoulder and did not explain in detail what the mission was. He only hoped that it was not a mission to encircle and annihilate Yu Ming, because Yu Ming and the rest were constantly nibbling away at the evil spirit race's forces in Fanyu, so it was very likely that he would be sent to annihilate Yu Ming and the rest. If he was really sent out like this, he would either have to abandon the evil spirit puppet's body, which would result in the complete annihilation of Fanyu's evil spirit race's forces. On the other hand, the evil spirit race's forces in Fanyu could not be eliminated for the time being. However, the advantage was that he could meet the domain lord and climb higher. However, he still did not plan to do this kind of mission. He was still inclined to completely eradicate the evil spirit race's forces in Fanyu. Perhaps his progress would be a little slower, but he wanted to completely eradicate the evil spirit race's forces. He had a deep hatred for these forces, so he naturally did not intend to let them go. If he could deal with them as soon as possible, he would. Disciple understands. Tianyan could only answer like this. He raised his head and looked at the situation. There were no guards, but these cages were quite sturdy. If he wanted to destroy them, he would need to spend a lot of effort. He could either destroy them violently or directly remove the shackles. No matter which one it was, it would take some effort. If the elders here were to be alerted, it would be troublesome. His gaze continued to size up the cage, using the appraisal eye to quickly analyze the flaws in it. He wanted to see where he could break out of the cage and save them in the shortest amount of time possible. What's wrong? Are you still a little reluctant? Do you want to pick another one? Elder Tessot saw Tianyan staring at them. He couldn't help but laugh. I did the same thing in the past, absorbing their essence blood. It felt wonderful. Looks like you should have sensed the surging energy from the goddess. I have to say, the divine spirit race is very suitable food for us. However, I can only give you one. One is enough. When I finish the next mission, I'll give you another one. Elder Tessot thought that Tianyan was reluctant and wanted one more, but little did he know that Tianyan just wanted to see how he could break out of this cage. I didn't expect the elder to see through me. I really want to take one more, but I know that I can't. I just want to take a few more glances. I don't know if that's okay? Tianyan said with an embarrassed smile. Of course, it's okay to take a look. Just take a look. Maybe that will give you some motivation. Elder Tessot smiled and said, Then you can take a look here. I still have things to do. He was very generous. After saying that, he turned around and left. He felt that Tianyan definitely wouldn't break out of his shackles, especially when it was his own clansman. No matter what, he wouldn't have the guts to break out of his shackles. Moreover, Elder Tessot felt that his shackles couldn't be broken, which was why he was so relaxed. Etienne's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Elder Tesso to be so generous. This would undoubtedly increase his chances of success. After Elder Tesso left, Etienne looked at them one by one. As soon as he got close to the cages, they started cursing. "What are you looking at? Kill us if you can." "That's right. You disgusting race. Kill us if you can. If we manage to escape, you'll all be dead." They kept trying to provoke Etienne so that Etienne would kill them. Now that they were imprisoned, they couldn't even commit suicide. However, it wouldn't be a problem if they relied on external forces. Death was better than being tortured all the time. That was the most painful thing to do. For example, a group of divine spirits were nailed to the blood pool outside. It was a fate worse than death. Etienne didn't answer. He just looked around and memorized the situation of each cage. After looking, Etienne nodded and didn't say anything to them. He turned around and left, but the sound of cursing still came from behind. Etienne actually wanted to reveal some information to them, but he didn't dare to do so. If he was seen through, it would be troublesome. Although Elder Tesso wasn't here, he could still feel that Elder Tesso was watching his every move. So he didn't dare to speak. He didn't even dare to use sound transmission. After leaving here, he directly flew out of Darkheart City. Until he flew out of Darkheart City, the spiritual sense that was watching him gradually disappeared. Ding successfully accepted the side quest, Save the Divine Spirit Race. Reward: 30 compressed crazy point, 20 compressed proficiency, 100 divine spirit races favorability. Note, this quest will affect the future main quest, so it's up to you to complete it. There is another side quest. I can complete it on the way. Immediately, Etienne found a place to hide and released the Divine Spirit clan. Disgusting. Trash. Pervert. Freak. The Divine Spirit clan cursed as soon as it saw Etienne. She couldn't stop cursing at all. As soon as she was released, she cursed, not begged for mercy. In fact, just like the other Divine Spirit race, she wanted to provoke the evil spirit race so that she could be freed faster. Etienne didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and she was taken into the evil spirit race's body space. Disgusting trash. She just came in wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. She actually saw Ji Shuilian and the others. They were all safe and sound, and it seemed like nothing had happened to them. Xiao Zhen, one by one, they came over to help her release the shackles on her body. After listening to the explanation, Xiao Zhen looked at Etienne in shock and immediately said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I thought it was the evil spirit race. Don't worry about it. Now start planning how to save Elder Jiyu and the others." Etienne didn't say much. He immediately started planning. He didn't want to waste time. He wanted to save them as soon as possible. But it still depends on the timing. If he is being watched, it will be difficult to solve. Chapter 12:35. While Etienne was thinking about how to save Elder Jiyu, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Are you crazy? That's not the Heavenly Grid Palace, and there's a Divine Lord there. If you rashly go down, you'll definitely be caught." Ji Shuilian anxiously said, "I am very grateful to you for saving us, but it's not worth it for you to take the risk for us." They really wanted to save their elder, but they couldn't let their benefactor take the risk, especially when he was facing the Divine Lord, not the Lord of Heaven. "I know what I'm doing. You guys can stay here this time." Etienne did not explain too much. This time, he did not bring them along with him. It was undoubtedly safer for them to stay here. But Ji Shuilian's expression was extremely anxious. They did not want to watch their benefactor die. Etienne did not say anything else. With a light wave of his hand, they came out of the evil spirit puppet space. He also came out of the puppet. You guys wait here for my news. It should be safer here. Even those evil spirit race would not be able to imagine that you would be hiding here. After Tianyun finished speaking, he returned to the evil spirit puppet's body and disappeared from their line of sight. They couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. He quickly disappeared from their line of sight. Bastard, he actually left just like that. Ji Shuelian was so angry that she stomped her feet. She wanted to chase after him, but she didn't dare to in case she was discovered by the evil spirit race. As a result, the evil spirit race was very sensitive to their divine spirit race. If a little bit of light attribute energy was released, they would immediately sense it. Therefore, she did not dare to chase after him. It would not be good if she ruined Tianyun's plan. Elder sister, will big brother Tianyun be fine? Ji Tianzi's eyes were filled with worry. Although they did not understand Tianyun, well, they were filled with gratitude towards Tianyun. They had never helped Tianyun before, but Tianyun had helped them without hesitation. This made them extremely grateful. Even if he had spied on their martial arts, at least he had saved them. After they left, they would also repay Tianyun. He will definitely be fine. Ji Shuelian bit her lips. She could only hope that Tianyun would return safely. Even if they could not save their clansmen, they were still grateful. After all, Tianyun did not owe them anything. The other divine spirit race were also very worried. If Tianyun was captured, it would be troublesome. It should be said that if they were caught, they would definitely be killed immediately. To the evil spirit race, the human race was really worthless. The reason they were able to survive was largely because of the divine spirit race. The evil spirit race was not willing to kill them immediately, so they raised them and slowly absorbed their blood essence until they completely died. After all, if they lost a lot of blood, they would be killed again, they would be injured and all. After, they would not they would. After Tianyun left, he entered the evil spirit puppet's body again and flew towards Darkheart City. As soon as he entered Darkheart City, he was immediately locked on. However, he could clearly feel that it was not Elder Tesso's spiritual sense, but another divine lord's spiritual sense. This meant that if he came in from here, he would be immediately locked on. No matter where he went, he would be followed. Tianyun tried to fly down and walk on the streets of Darkheart City. Since Darkheart City was called a city, there must be bustling streets. There were many evil spirit race people trading here. However, trading slaves was prohibited here, mainly because it was too chaotic. Hence, they did not trade slaves, nor did they release them. Those who violated the rules would be chased out. The rest were all here, trading the treasures they had found or stolen. It was quite lively. Tianyun went over and pretended to buy something, bargaining with the evil spirit race in front of him. However, it was meaningless. He was still shrouded by the spiritual sense. Then, he roughly understood what it meant. The divine lords who were guarding here were like guards. As long as the evil spirit race came in, they would be covered. They would not target a specific person, but all the evil spirit race. Aren't they being too cautious? Are they guarding against their own people? Tianyun felt helpless. If that was the case, it would not work for him to come in like this. After completing the transaction, he quickly left Darkheart City. As soon as he got out of the city, the detection disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it only covered Darkheart City, not even the people who left. I can only take a gamble. Tianyun's eyes were filled with determination. He came out of the evil spirit puppet and took out the divine teleportation stone. He used the divine teleportation stone and appeared next to the prison cell in the next second. Before he left, He had set the coordinates with the divine teleportation stone. This meant that he could teleport in any time. He was betting that he would appear suddenly, and the divine lords would not know. After he came in, he immediately used the invisibility skill to hide himself and his aura. Although a divine lord could see through him, the premise was that the spiritual sense would search carefully. Otherwise, it would not be able to find him. I must not be discovered. Tianyun prayed in his heart, hoping that he would not be discovered. After waiting for a while, he realized that no spiritual sense was searching for him. This meant that he had made the right bet. Then he immediately rushed to Elder Jiue and started to break the shackles on the prison cell. Elder Jiue was undoubtedly the most important, so he had to save the most important one first. The rest could only be done slowly. If he could not save her, he would at least save the most important one. Dang, dang, dang. At this time, Tianyun continuously tapped on the prison cell, trying to break the shackles. Every time he tapped, the shackles became slightly weaker. Under his rapid tapping, the shackles became dim in the blink of an eye. Then he punched them. Bang! The prison cell made of dark stone was easily broken. As long as the energy on it collapsed, it would be very easy to break it. After the shackles were broken, the Divine Spirit clan was stunned. Before they could react, Elder Jiue disappeared. Then another prison cell was quickly broken, and the Divine Spirit clan members inside were easily taken away. One by one, they disappeared into thin air, leaving them dumbfounded. They had never seen such a strange thing before. In fact, they could see part of it, but now that their energy was shackled, they could not see clearly even if they wanted to. Naturally, they did not know what had happened. At the same time, Elder Tesso, who was in the underground of Darkheart City, suddenly opened his eyes. His killing intent soared into the sky. What's going on? Who broke my prison cell? Chapter 1236. Elder Tesso immediately felt that the seals he had set up had been destroyed. The moment Elder Jiue's cage was destroyed, he had already sensed it. No matter how the seals were broken, he would immediately sense it. There seemed to be no difference, but it would undoubtedly be easier to destroy the seals. If he really used violence to break them, the difficulty would skyrocket, unless his cultivation level increased greatly and reached the late stage of the Lord of Heaven or a Divine Lord. Otherwise, if he destroyed one, Elder Tesso would immediately rush over. The seals set up by a Divine Lord were not so easy to destroy, so he had not planned to break them by force from the beginning. That would not be worth it. At most, he would save one, and Elder Tesso would definitely catch up. Now, as long as Tianyun is fast enough, he can save most of the people from the dragon's nest. He did not dare to say that he could save everyone, but at least he could save most of them. Crazy breaking mode. Ding. Increased breaking speed by 64 times. Break. Tianyun punched the cell and broke it again. In the blink of an eye, he saved all the divine spirits and kept them in his living ring. This place was originally full of divine spirits, but now it was empty. The whole process did not take a long time. The speed at which he broke the seals was too fast, making these cells look like paper. He continuously attacked the weak points, and his strength was not weak to begin with, so it was not difficult to break them. Instead, it was very fast, especially with the crazy breaking mode. His speed increased by 64 times. How could it not be terrifying? Many abilities could be stacked in the crazy mode, including alchemy and artifact forging. It was not a problem for him to break the seals. These seals were similar to divine seals. It was difficult for the evil spirit race to cultivate divine seals, but it did not mean that they could not do anything. Elder Tesso was proficient in this area. His grade might not be high, but with materials like the dark stone, it was not a problem for him to suppress the divine spirit race. Therefore, Tianyun's speed was extremely shocking when it came to breaking divine seals. If he comes up, Yi Tianyun's heart shuddered. He quickly ran out of the passageway and arrived above the two blood pools in the blink of an eye. A heavenly divine spear appeared in his hand, and he aimed it at the development elder, who was lying in the blood pool. Humans, they who were originally indifferent to everything, suddenly jumped up. Their eyes were filled with sharp killing intent, and their shriveled bodies immediately swelled up, becoming full of elasticity. From his old appearance, he suddenly became young and strong. It was very incredible. When they sensed danger, they could only erupt. Otherwise, they would definitely be the ones to die. Die. Crazy damage mode. Divine Dragon Bloodline. Erupt. Phoenix Bloodline. Explode. Almost all of his abilities burst forth. There were so many development elders here, so he had to deal with them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when Elder Tesso arrived, he wouldn't have time to deal with them. Moreover, the most important thing was to save the godly spirit race, so he had to get rid of the development elders. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him save them. After the eruption, Yi Tianyun's fighting strength increased crazily. When he suddenly thrust out his spear, 3 or 4 development elders were easily pierced through. Then he swept his spear forward again, and another development elder, who was rushing at him, was cut in half at the waist. This move scared the development elders, and they hurriedly retreated, wanting to escape. "Assassin! Assassin!" they shouted. They knew that they were no match for him, so they could only choose to escape. "Want to leave? Leave your lives here, you bastards." Yi Tianyun waved the spear in his hand crazily and directly nailed them to the ground. All the development elders were killed by him in one fell swoop, and no one was left alive. These development elders' hands were full of blood, so how could he let them go? Moreover, with so many experience points, it was even more impossible for him to let them go. After getting rid of the development elders, Yi Tianyun's eyes turned to the godly spirit race. He flew towards them and quickly pulled out the dark stone nails on their bodies and saved them one by one. These godly spirit race were the easiest to save. He only needed to pull out the dark stone nails, and it all depended on his speed. He just needed to pull out the dark stone nails, and it all depended on his speed. At this point, this little bit of pain was nothing, and it was good to be able to survive. After being saved, they all fell down one by one, and he put them into the living ring. At this time, a roar came from the hall in front of him. "Who is it?" Elder Tesso turned into a bolt of lightning as he whizzed over. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived here. At this time, Yi Tianyun just happened to save all the godly spirit race. When he turned his head, he saw Elder Tesso pouncing towards him, and opened his hand to release the power of a divine lord. Almost in an instant, the area in all directions was locked by Elder Tesso's power. Teleport! Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and he immediately used teleport. The teleportation god stone needed a little time to be used. If he used the teleportation god stone now, he would definitely be attacked. In the next moment, he used teleport, but he slammed into an invisible wall. He failed to escape. This was the first time in his history that his teleportation failed to escape. What's going on? I failed. Only now did Yi Tianyun realize that Elder Tesso's imprisonment did not only use his own energy, but also the energy of the entire Dark Heart City. Surging black energy wrapped around him from all directions, forming a thick wall, and sealed him inside. Want to escape? Impossible. Elder Tesso sneered. Outsiders who break and have never escaped from my hands, and you are a human. I don't know how you sneaked in, but I know you are dead, and it will not be easy to kill you. He was angry, very angry. All the development elders around him were dead, and they died very tragically. So many development elders were dead, and it was a great loss. Their cultivation was not good, but they were experienced, and they could give good advice when making decisions. Now that they were all dead, he was shocked and angry. Darkheart City was so heavily guarded, and besides him, there were 2 divine Lord Elders locking on to all intruders. How could a human suddenly kill his way in? This was unbelievable. Chapter 1237. Upgrade instant transmission. Ding. Deducted 100 compressed crazy point. Ding. Successfully upgraded instant transmission to level 6. Teleportation distance increased to 50,000 miles. Next level requires 1,000 compressed crazy point. The only way Etianyan can think of now is to upgrade instant transmission and make it more advanced. He doesn't believe that he can't teleport out of here. It must be because his level is too low that he can't break the shackles. Teleport. Etianyan's eyes flashed with a bright light, and his body burst into a dazzling golden light. Xiao. He broke the void and disappeared without a trace. He was not restricted by the energy here. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, and the moment he disappeared, the black energy that wrapped around him fell on nothing. Everything happened at the last moment. Etianyan was almost caught. If he was caught, it would be difficult for him to escape. When Elder Tesso felt Etianyan's aura disappear, his face suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hand, and the black energy in front of him disappeared. In front of him, there is no one, let alone catching the assassin. Not even a hair was left. Disappeared. Elder Tesso was shocked. He mobilized the power of Darkheart City. Even a divine monarch can't escape. How can a human escape? Especially when he felt that he was just an earth monarch. No one would believe that an earth monarch could escape from his hands just like that. Elder Tesso, what's wrong? At this time, 2 divine monarch elders came here. They just came to ask questions, but when they saw the bodies on the ground, their face changed. Expansion Elder is dead. Their expressions were ugly. If the domain lord were to find out, they would definitely be severely punished. You too, don't you feel anything? Elder Tesso turned his head and looked at them angrily. Feel what? We didn't feel anything. They really didn't feel anything. They just felt a strange aura here. So they quickly moved here to check. The main thing is that everyone is covered. As long as they come in, they will be covered, no exception. Therefore, some places that no one went in, they will not be covered. It will only waste their spiritual power. Damn it! Elder Tesso stomped on the ground, and with a boom, the ground caved in. A human brat with the cultivation of an earth monarch managed to sneak in somehow. He even managed to escape from me, just now. I couldn't even activate the power of Darkheart City. So strange. Their faces all changed. They were all aware of Elder Tesso's means. Unless it was an Empyrean powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way to escape from his hands. However, it was clearly stated that he was at the Earth Monarch realm. For a human of the Earth Monarch realm to be able to escape from the hands of Elder Tesso was truly inconceivable. Yes, it's that strange. Elder Tesso was infuriated. He waved his hand to the side, and a black beam of light swept out, blasting a large hole in the hard wall. He must have the help of a celestial master. Otherwise, he would never have been able to escape. Then what do we do now? They had bitter expressions on their faces. Not only had the pioneering elder been killed, even the divine spirit race had been rescued. Such an important tribute was gone, so they were going to be severely punished. What can we do? Elder Tesso said, angrily. He definitely didn't go far. Immediately send out all the clansmen to search. Don't let go of any corner. That brat must have used a treasure to escape. He must still be in our divine domain. Yes, sir. This was the only thing they could do now. They would send out all the evil spirit race to search for the human race and seal off all the exits as fast as possible. If they searched inch by inch, they would definitely be able to find him. In their opinion, Eteonyon had used a treasure to escape. However, even a Sky Sovereign's treasure could not bring someone out of the divine domain. He was definitely still in the divine domain. Immediately after, they mobilized all the evil spirit race and began a large-scale search. Elder Tesso was in no mood at all. He had originally wanted to wait for the domain master to come out of seclusion before offering up this batch of divine spirit race. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Bastard, I want to see who exactly is helping him from behind. Even if it's a Sky Sovereign, he will not be able to bear the consequences. Elder Tesso flew out and arranged for the evil spirit race to search. At the same time, Eteonyon had already escaped. Because the distance of teleportation was greatly increased, he was teleported to the outermost void, and then he replaced the evil spirit puppet as fast as possible. Everything became so perfect. As long as he replaced the evil spirit puppet, no one would suspect him. After all, what Elder Tesso saw was the appearance of a human, not the appearance of the evil spirit puppet, so naturally he was not worried. At most, he would wonder why Eteonyon was wandering around here instead of going back to seclusion. I almost died. Fortunately, I have enough crazy points. Otherwise, I really can't level up to escape. At that time, he could only try to teleport. If leveling up one level was not enough, then he would level up 2 levels. Now it seems that it was a success, but it cost a lot of crazy points, but at least he can escape. Immediately, he flew to the planet where Ji Shuilian and the others were hiding. After arriving, he glanced around and shouted, "Come out, it's me." After a while, Ji Shuilian and the others came out one after another. "You are back so soon. Is it difficult to rescue them?" Ji Shuilian and the others came out one after another, and when they saw Eteonyon, they were happy. At least they didn't encounter any trouble. From the time Eteonyon left to the time he came back, the total time added up to less than a day, but it was already thrilling enough to break into the planet in 1 day. "No, you guys come in first so as not to be seen." Eteonyon quickly went over and put them into the evil spirit puppet space. After coming in, when they were wondering why Eteonyon came back so quickly, they looked up and saw Elder Gu, and the others were also confused. They didn't understand what was going on. "Elder Gu!" They were all shocked, looking around. Aren't these their companions who were captured? Now they were all rescued, including those divine spirit clan who were tortured. All of them were rescued. Shuilian. They were also dumbfounded. They were captured before, and now they met again. "Big Brother Tianyan, you saved them?" Ji Shuilian turned her head and looked at Eteonyon. "Didn't I say that I still have some confidence? Now, it seems that I did it." Eteonyon shrugged. It was a bit thrilling. Chapter 1238. After this mission was completed, a lot of compression value immediately surged in, making Eteonyon very satisfied. However, saving them was naturally not for the mission, but because the 3 realms already had the divine spirit race. Therefore, he had to save them. Perhaps he could find the true ancestral land of the divine spirit race. The divine spirit race of the 3 realms was undoubtedly just a descendant. It could not be considered an ancestral land. Thank you. She sat on the ground, sobbing. Following that, the group of people hugged each other and cried, especially the divine spirit race who were nailed to the wall. They all thought that they were dead for sure, but they did not expect to be saved. Finally, that painful process had ended. Eteonyon looked at them and shook his head. This was because their cultivation was too low. The evil spirit race was stronger than them, and the result was that they were occupied. It was that simple. It was just like the 3 realms. They could be easily needed and abused as they pleased. At this moment, a message came from Eteonyon's token. All evil spirit race, listen to the order. Go out and search for a human or a divine spirit race. Capture anyone suspicious. Those who do not obey will be punished severely. This order was probably passed on to every evil spirit race's token. It seemed like they were going to find suspicious people. Can you find them? Etionyan sneered. As long as he had the evil spirit puppet, no one would be able to find him, especially with his identity as a god's child. While they were reminiscing about the past, many evil spirit race suddenly surged in from outside. When they saw Etionyan below, they quickly descended. Why are you here? These evil spirit race's expressions were serious. It was obvious that they had received orders to take everything seriously. I suddenly had an epiphany, so I cultivated here for a while. What's the matter? Etionyan looked at these evil spirit race. They were all guard type. Then did you see any suspicious people pass by? For example, the divine spirit race or the human race? The evil spirit race asked. I didn't see them. If I saw them, do you think I would still be here and not chase after them? Etionyan smiled. The guards looked at each other and didn't say anything else. They began to search the planet. Even though Etionyan said so, they still had to do their job and search the place thoroughly. Etionyan just sat there and meditated, looking very satisfied. No matter how they racked their brains, they couldn't figure it out. The real murder was right in front of them. The guard finished his search very quickly. He came to him and said, "Something big happened in Darkheart City. Assassins sneaked in. I believe you've already received the news. Please pay more attention to this." I know. If I find anyone suspicious, I'll report it immediately. Etionyan said in a deep voice. The guard nodded and led his clansmen to other places to continue investigating. The entire evil spirit race became lively, all for the sake of finding the assassin and the unknown human race. It's so convenient. They won't even notice us. Tianza shouted happily. He looked at Etionyan and said with a smile, Big Brother Tianyan is still the best. Not only did you save our clansmen, you even made them run around in circles. That's right. I didn't expect you to be rescued so quickly. We thought you couldn't sneak in and had no choice but to come back. Shuelian was pleasantly surprised, and it was an extremely pleasant surprise. She had never been so pleasantly surprised in her life. Elder Gu and the others already understood what happened, and they looked at Etionyan with eyes full of gratitude, but they didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Elder Tesso is in closed-door cultivation. If he had immediately come to support me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save everyone. Etionyan shook his head. Fortunately, Elder Tesso was in closed-door cultivation. Because he was cultivating underground, even if he wanted to come up, it would take some time. Originally, there were several layers of protection along the way to prevent enemies from breaking in. Who would have thought that this kind of precaution would become a stumbling block for Elder Tai Sua to go out and support? After Elder Tai Sua went out, Etionyan successfully rescued everyone, and even killed Elder Tai Sua. Little brother, on behalf of the Divine Spirit clan, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you. After Elder Gu was released from her shackles, she was able to stand up. She walked up to him and bowed deeply. Her cultivation was not weak. She was a divine monarch, but when faced with Etionyan's rescue, she still bowed to express her gratitude. Without Etionyan's help, they would have been finished. Elder Gu, you are too polite. Etionyan smiled and said, Are there any other clansmen who were rescued during the chaos? Our group is all here. If we are not here, we will never be able to return. Elder Gu sighed. The other members of the Divine Spirit clan felt the same. Their eyes were filled with sorrow, but their hearts were filled with anger. They wanted to take revenge. In that case, I will send you out of here. Where do you plan to go? To Fanyu or to the Divine Realm? Tianyan planned to send them back. The Divine Realm. The Divine Spirit Clan is in the cold, nether Divine Realm. It is quite far from here, but I will be thick-skinned and ask little brother to send us back. We are in danger now. If you send us back to the God Spirit race, we'll definitely thank you. You'll be our eternal friend. Elder Jiue was extremely grateful, but she also felt ashamed. As an elder, she had to ask outsiders for help, but she could not help. They had been imprisoned for so long, and their strength had been greatly weakened. If they were released, they would be caught immediately. No problem. It is a small matter. Tianyan immediately flew out of the Divine Realm. He wanted to use the Divine Realms passage to leave this area. Because of his identity as an evil spirit puppet, no one from the evil spirit clan came to stop him. At most, they asked if they had seen any suspicious people. Young Master Tianyan, why do you plan to save us? Is it for our martial arts or for something else? Just tell us, and we will satisfy you. Although the Divine Spirit Clan has declined, we still have many treasures. Ji Shuilian thought for a while, and finally asked what was on her mind. Actually, I do have some feelings for you. Tianyan did not block his voice, and directly told them. The other members of the Divine Spirit Clan looked over, but they did not show any disgust. It was only right to repay a debt of gratitude. As long as Tianyan's request was not too excessive, everything was fine. What do you want? Ji Shuilian's eyes lit up. She felt that she had to repay something. Otherwise, she would feel guilty. Actually, there are your descendants in my hometown. Their bloodlines are thinner, but they are also from the Divine Spirit Clan. I hope that you can help them awaken their bloodlines. Tianyan said truthfully. That simple? Ji Shuilian was dumbfounded. Chapter 1239. Tianyan's request was too simple. It should be said that even without Tianyan's request, if they saw their descendants with a slightly thinner bloodline, they would accept them and awaken their bloodlines. No matter what, they would still be their descendants, so there was no difference. It was just that their bloodlines were slightly thinner. The Divine Spirit Clan was already extremely rare, and even their descendants were extremely precious. From their point of view, the more the merrier. They couldn't wait to gather all the scattered clansmen in the Divine Realm. Only then could they quickly grow stronger. It was the same for their scattered descendants. They all wanted to gather together to grow stronger. Isn't this too simple? Even if you didn't request it, we have always wanted to find our clansmen. Ji Shuilian shook her head. This isn't even considered a reward. It's not even close to a reward. Instead, it's us who benefit. Did you misunderstand me? I said that I would help them awaken their bloodlines, but they can't leave my hometown. Of course, if you want to stay in my hometown, I'm more than happy to do so, Tianyan said with a smile. This startled them. At first, they indeed thought that it was to let their clansmen return, but it seemed that wasn't the case. It was to help them awaken their bloodlines. As for their clansmen, they would continue to stay in their hometown. Which region is your hometown? Ji Shuilian didn't rush to refuse. Instead, she asked first. It's in the Fanyu region. I can't enter the Divine Realm region. For now. My hometown's overall strength is relatively weak. Coming to the Divine Realm is a dead end. However, I believe that my strength will increase soon enough to reach the level where I can go to the Divine Realm. Tianyan looked at them and raised 3 fingers. I'm not talking about the 1st grade God Realm. I'm talking about killing my way to the 3rd grade God Realm. They were shocked. With just the strength of the Fanyu region, they definitely wouldn't be strong in the Divine Realm. As for jumping from the 1st grade God Realm to the 3rd grade God Realm, it was extremely difficult and would take a long time. Of course, if you can help me awaken the bloodlines of my comrades in my hometown, I believe the progress will be even faster. Etionyan smiled. If you can join my hometown, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. The progress will be even faster. With the help of the divine spirit race, how could the three realms not fly? Especially now that they had mastered even more powerful martial arts and divine seals. They were simply super geniuses in this aspect. If he could join the three realms, it would be like flying. Just the strength of the divine spirit clan itself had already reached the level of second or third grade god realm. Asking them to join Fan Yu's force was simply downgrading their strength. This Ji Shualian turned to look at Elder Jiue. Regardless of whether the divine spirit race was willing to go, Elder Jiue still had the final say. After all, as an elder Jiue naturally had greater decision-making power. We can help your people awaken their power. That's not a problem. As for moving to your place to live, that's actually not impossible. Elder Jiue said something that shocked even her own people. Moving from the divine domain to Fan Yu was a little unbelievable. They all felt that it was unlikely that they would move to Fan Yu. The difference between the two was too great. Moving to Fan Yu would be equivalent to going backwards. Who would have thought that Elder Jiue would say that they might move there? Elder Jiue, please tell us the details. Etionyan's eyes lit up, but he wasn't very happy. After all, everything was uncertain. There was no point in being happy. We have to go back and discuss this matter with the other elders. Elder Jiue didn't say it first. She let Etionyan send them back first. That's fine. Etionyan didn't think much of it. He didn't think that Elder Jiue was tricking him. After all, this matter was too important. It was impossible for just one elder to decide everything, especially when there were many people who hadn't participated. Let me make one thing clear. Just like Shualian said, this isn't considered a reward. As for the specifics, we can talk about it when we go back. You spent so much effort to save us. Just this alone isn't enough to repay you. Elder Jiue shook her head. She also didn't think that this was very reasonable. It seemed that the other party's request was simple and they could repay it easily. But in reality, it had an impact on their Dao hearts. Every race had different requirements for themselves. They were all races that knew how to repay kindness. If they didn't repay someone of the same level or someone of a similar level, they would feel uncomfortable and affect their Dao heart. To put it bluntly, it was a bit like being cheap. If it were any other race, they would definitely need a reward. They wouldn't be like them, feeling that the reward wasn't enough and needing more reward. It could only be said that they really repaid a debt of gratitude to the extreme. Etionyan didn't say much and quickly continued to fly them away. When they passed through the God Domain's passage, they even interrogated him. Etionyan said that they were going out to gain experience. Although the interior was extremely chaotic, it didn't mean that they couldn't enter or leave. As long as they were from the same race, there wouldn't be any problems. Thus, he easily slipped out. As for the evil spirit race, they were still in chaos, constantly searching all the areas within their God domain. As for Fan Yu's situation, they completely ignored it. Elder Tesso believed that they wouldn't be able to escape this place immediately, so they searched within their own forces. Moreover, if they really left the God domain, there would be no point in searching for Fan Yu. Fan Yu was much larger than the area here. The evil spirit God domain was in a specific place, while Fan Yu was connected to many areas. There was no way to search at all. This was just like the God domain. With so many God domains connected together, not to mention whether they would attack, just searching them one by one would be enough to kill them. We easily escaped. Let's head to the cold underworld God domain now. Etionyan looked at the scene in front of him and smiled. He quickly flew to the cold underworld god domain. Ji Shualian and the others were extremely excited. They had easily escaped instead of narrowly escaping death. If not for Tianyun bringing them out, it would have been really dangerous. Under their guidance, Tianyun passed through the god domains and arrived at the cold underworld god domain. The cold underworld god domain was a second-grade god domain. It couldn't be considered a third-grade god domain and could be considered to be between third-grade god domains. Tianyun believed that this cold underworld god domain wasn't their true residence. They were just hiding here. How could they have a fixed residence while being chased by the evil spirit race? Chapter 1240. As for joining a rank 4 god domain, the price would definitely be extremely high. The divine spirit race's bloodline was ranked at the top, so those powerful forces would definitely do everything possible to snatch them away or form a marriage alliance. Under this division, the divine spirit race would quickly be assimilated and would not be able to maintain their pure bloodline. Thus, the powerful forces had weaker authority. On the contrary, the weaker forces would definitely be accepted if they made some requests. This was why Elder Ji, you said that he could consider it. Tianyun had already guessed most of it. I've arrived at the cold nether god domain. After Tianyun passed through a tunnel, he felt waves of cold enveloping him from all directions. This level of cold chi was something that ordinary cultivators could not live in. One had to be at least a star venerable to be able to fly at will, unless there was a special place to protect them. Those within this cultivation level would immediately be frozen. This area is a bit desolate. Tianyun looked around. The planets were all covered in ice, and some were even bare. It was impossible for life to exist here. This place was filled with water attribute energy, which meant that there would be a water core here. Of course, with the existence of a water core, there would definitely be a faction stationed here. The cold nether god domain was rather desolate, but it did not mean that there were no factions here. After all, to cultivators with a water attribute physique, it was a paradise. It is a bit desolate, but it is relatively safe here. Furthermore, it is a bit remote, so it is not easy to be discovered. Ji Shualian explained. How were you captured? Tianyun had not asked this question before, and a large number of them had been captured. We were captured on the way. Ji Shualian shook her head. We split into several groups and headed to the agreed gathering place, but we were intercepted on the way. We had received news that the evil spirit race had already caught up to us, so we could only retreat quickly. Who knew that we would be intercepted? Tianyun narrowed his eyes. This was truly unfortunate. They had been captured by the evil spirit race. Unless the evil spirit race was destroyed, there was no way to resolve this nightmare. The two were like sworn enemies, but the evil spirit race played the role of a pursuer, while they could only play the role of a fugitive. As for the other races, even if they had thoughts, they would not be as terrifying as the evil spirit race. It should be said that at least absorbing the divine spirit race's blood essence would not have such a special effect. This was the main reason. If the other races had such an effect, it would be dangerous. This was similar to the Phoenix race and the other god beasts races. Their bloodlines were definitely popular and could be absorbed for their own use. However, it was only a small part of it. It was impossible for him to completely change his blood. Tianyun is an exception. He can only reach a higher level by leveling up. If it were any other race, they would never be able to reach this level. After all, no matter what kind of bloodline it was, it would take up a certain proportion. It was impossible to completely replace it, unless they could 1-1 for their body or 1-2. There's basically no problem. Unless the gathering place is attacked, they won't be evacuated in a short period of time, Ji Shualian said. Tianyun nodded and said, Since we're in this area, let's leave the space to avoid being seen and causing any misunderstandings. All right. Immediately after, Eteonion released them. They had already recovered most of their strength on the way and could already fly at will. After they came out, Eteonion quickly put away the evil spirit puppet and flew with them. Elder G, you flew in front and brought them to the gathering place. Even though they had arrived at the cold nether divine domain, they still had to fly for a long distance. After many turns, they arrived in front of an extremely remote planet. This planet was very inconspicuous, and it could even be said to be a little small. There were some plants scattered on it. With a glance, one could tell if there was anyone on it. It was obvious that there was no one on this planet. However, Elder G, you still brought them down. After looking around, G. Shuelian's eyes lit up. It's our mark. What mark? Eteonion looked around and couldn't see a single mark. He didn't know what mark G. Shuelian was talking about. This is it. G. Shuelian pointed at a small blade of grass on the ground. It looked very inconspicuous, as if it had completely merged with the planet. Is this a mark? Eteonion looked up and down at the small blade of grass. He still couldn't see anything. However, he thought of an idea. He quickly activated the heavenly eye and scanned it. Soon, he could see that there was a faint white dot inside the small blade of grass. It was actually just a small dot, and it couldn't be seen at all. Even though he couldn't detect it with his spiritual sense, he could use the ability of the spirit clan to see a little bit. So it's here. Eteonion deactivated the heavenly eye talent. Only the spirit clan could see this information. Fortunately, he had the heavenly eye talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see it. There's no need to look. What you can't see can only be seen by our clansmen. G. Shuelian didn't think that he could see it clearly. After Elder G. circled around, the ground soon began to slowly open a door, revealing a passage to the underground. It looked like a casual walk, but in fact, it was the correct switch to open the passage. It wasn't something that could be walked out just by walking randomly. If one took a wrong step, everything would have to start all over again. It would take hundreds or thousands of steps to open the door. It seemed like a lot, but if one grasped the right method and moved fast, it would only take a few seconds. Everyone, hurry up and go in. Elder G, you motioned for them to go in. They nodded and were led down together with Eteonion. After everyone went down, Elder G, you followed them. After she went down, the door quickly closed. There was no trace of it on the surface. Such an inconspicuous planet was their gathering place. Eteonion wasn't surprised that it was built underground. If it was outside, they would be able to see it at a glance. How could it be arranged outside? Therefore, when he saw this planet, he immediately guessed that it was underground. Now, they quickly walked down the passage. After passing through a long corridor, what they saw was not a group of spirit clan members welcoming them back, but a pile of traces of fighting. Chapter 1241. What's going on? G. Shuelian and the others were stunned. They had thought that they would see familiar faces, but they realized that they had all disappeared. It seemed that an intense battle had taken place, which meant that the seemingly hidden place had been discovered. As far as Eteonion could see, the battle was still relatively fierce, but the divine seal here was very strong. Under the frenzied attack, it was still able to maintain its original state. At most, it was damaged, but it did not cause this place to collapse. He could sense from the aura left behind that there was a Divine Lord level battle. However, even a Divine Lord level battle did not cause any damage to this place, which was enough to show that the Divine Spirit race's attainments in Divine Seals were extremely high. However, based on this situation, The divine spirit race that was staying here was probably doomed. It feels like it hasn't been that long since the war. At most, it's been a week or so. Based on this aura, it's still the aura of your sworn enemy, the evil spirit race. Tianyan voiced out his judgment. He could sense the problem from the battle aura left behind here. Yes, it has indeed been around a week. Looks like this place has been discovered, and it was discovered by the evil spirit race. Elder Jiwa said in a deep voice, but that shouldn't be the case. This place is so hidden, and there are many small planets around it. Furthermore, this place is extremely remote, so it should be very difficult to discover it. But they did discover it, and it was quite sudden. It seems that the situation of the evacuation is quite impressive. At least there are only traces of fighting here, and there are no casualties. Tianyan could see a lot of things from here. There were no casualties, but whether they were caught or not was another matter. I hope so. Elder Jiwa frowned, still not believing that the evil spirit race could discover them. I know that you are very confident in your hidden divine seals, but in my opinion, there are a few possibilities. First, there is a traitor. There is a traitor in your divine spirit race. Tianyan guessed. Impossible. Ji Shuilian immediately retorted, it's impossible for our divine spirit race to have a traitor. Even if there is an internal strife, it's impossible for us to join hands with the evil spirit race. There will never be a good ending if we join hands with the evil spirit race. Moreover, we have always been in harmony and treated fairly. There can't be a traitor. The others nodded heavily. No matter what, they couldn't believe that there was a traitor among their ranks. Since you're so sure, then let me tell you my second guess. That is, just like you, he can easily discover the special marks. Tianyan said in a low voice, This is impossible. How can they see the special marks? Ji Shuilian and the others still chose to deny it, thinking that it was impossible. I'm afraid the abilities of the evil spirit race have already exceeded your understanding. Do you think it won't absorb part of your abilities when it absorbs your essence blood? Forget about the evil spirit race. Even I can see it. Tianyan waved his hand, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He had unlocked the Heavenly Eyes ability. It had always been a pretty good talent, which was the talent of the spirit race. He was now a descendant of the divine spirit race. This is the talent of our God Spirit clan. When they saw it, they immediately understood what was going on. Their innate talents could be gifted, but if they were gifted, they would basically be crippled. Yi Qingxian was an exception. She had a pair of heaven's eyes and gave one to Tianyan. She still had one. That's right, this was gifted to me by my friends in the 3 realms. Maybe the evil spirit race will use this to force you to bestow your innate abilities. That way, you will be able to easily find your marks. Tianyan shook his head. It had to be said that this mark was too easy to break. It might be better if he didn't mark it, but if he didn't mark it, no one would be able to discover it. Gifting talent is not something that can be gifted casually, especially when the evil spirit race's attributes are at odds with each other. They can't be given away casually. Even if it was any other race, the conditions required would be very harsh. Your success can be considered a miracle. Ji Shuilian shook his head. I don't think the evil spirit race is using this point. I've said it before, the evolution of the evil spirit race is more astonishing than you can imagine. After capturing so many of your companions and absorbing so much blood essence, could it be that there aren't any mutations? You all said that the divine seal that you set up is very well hidden. I also admit that if it was me, I wouldn't be able to find this place. Now that they've succeeded, they've even caught us off guard. I think you should make a good plan for what to do next. Tianyan swept his gaze across the area. It was already empty, and there was nothing left. If he walked to the other side from here, he would be able to reach the exit. There would be more than one passage in this secret room. Otherwise, if the evil spirit race was guarding outside, it would be a dead end. That's right, that's indeed the case. I have to admit that the evil spirit race's ability to devour has already made a breakthrough and is even more terrifying than before. Elder Gu said in a deep voice, "Back then, our divine spirit race suppressed them, but now we have been suppressed by them and have completely declined." "What do you mean?" Yi Tianyan narrowed his eyes, as if there was something special in the past. "This is a long story. The evil spirit race has always been an evil existence. Basically, wherever they go, they will be completely devoured. Thus, most of the races rose up and resisted to avoid being devoured." Elder Gu slowly explained, "Back then, our divine spirit race was stronger. We brought everyone to suppress them and beat the evil spirit race until they fled. However, we did not completely destroy the evil spirit race. No one expected that the evil spirit race would make a comeback, and they were even stronger than we imagined. At this time, our divine spirit race has already declined. No race can always prosper, including us." Elder G, you let out a deep sigh. No race could always prosper. There really wasn't one. At most, they could last a little longer, but they couldn't always prosper. It could only be said that no race could escape the river of time. In the end, they would still be drowned by this river. This wasn't nonsense. Reality was just that cruel, unless a monstrous genius appeared every time and was good at managing this power. It would continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, once there was a gap, it would quickly decline. Some would quickly disappear after a few hundred years, while others relied on their ancestors' treasures to last for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. There were all of these. The divine spirit race's bloodline was powerful, but it was still unable to withstand the long river of time. It was a pity that it had declined. The original leader had been beaten by the evil spirit race. Chapter 1242. The evil spirit race, who had been suppressed to the point of extinction, had suddenly risen. They were even able to suppress many god races and stand above many races. It was truly unbelievable. Yi Tianyan would never believe that they could turn the tables by relying on their own efforts. It was even more impossible to achieve such an achievement in such a short period of time. Thus, he could only guess that they had a backer, such as a super backer of a fourth-grade god realm. It would not be a problem for them to do whatever they wanted in the third-grade god realm. It seemed that the evil spirit race planned to dominate the entire fan, you first. They were mainly collecting cores. They had been collecting cores all this time, and devouring other races was just in passing. Could it be that the core has some hidden use? Yi Tianyan frowned. Apart from being able to forge weapons, the core could also help with cultivation. It was undeniable that it was a good thing, but the evil spirit race wanted to snatch all the cores. However, even if something was wrong, he did not know what was wrong. After all, Yi Tianyan did not know what they were thinking. Ji Shualian and the others had heavy hearts. They had thought that they would be able to reunite happily, but it seemed that they would be busy again. The key was their companion's situation. They had no idea what was going on. I wonder what's going on with Elder Gu and the others. Ji Shualian and the others' eyes were filled with worry. How could they not be worried? All the clues had been cut off, and they did not know where they would gather next. The location that they had set before was here. Now that they were not here, it meant that they had lost contact. As for the communication token, it was not omnipotent. After a certain distance, it would not be able to send messages. Most of the time, it would be effective in the same area. If they were further away, it would be more difficult. No, The communication token is useless. Damn it! Ji Tianzi gripped the token in his hand tightly. They had all tried to contact him, but there was no effect at all. This meant that the distance was definitely very far, and they could also be imprisoned. All of these were possible, and they could only hope that it was the former. From the traces of the battle, it seemed that they had escaped. We can only search randomly now and try to search in other god realms. However, they should all be in these free god realms. I just don't know which god realm they are in. Elder Jiue could only think of this stupid method, which was to try to use the token to send a message when she reached the next deity realm. If the transmission was successful, it meant that he was in this area, and it would be much easier to find him. It was indeed stupid, but this was the only thing he could do at the moment. There was no other way. While they were frowning, Yi Tianyan wiped some blood from the corner of the room. This should be the blood of your clansmen. The blood of the Divine Spirit clan was easy to identify. It wasn't dark red, nor was it black. Instead, it was a faint platinum color that gave off a holy luster. Yes, but we don't know whose blood it is. Ji Shualian said worriedly, "No matter who it is, I think we'll be able to find it soon." Yi Tianyan smiled and quickly put the blood stains into the evil spirit wheel. After receiving it, the evil spirit wheel began to spin, and a pulling force appeared once again. This kind of thing was really useful. It was definitely a divine tool for finding people. While they were frowning, Yi Tianyan only needed to rely on the slightest trace to find them. Really? Ji Shualian's eyes lit up. She remembered that Yi Tianyan had been able to help them find people before. It seemed like he could do the same this time. Elder Jiue and the others looked puzzled. They didn't know what Yi Tianyan meant. Could he find their clansmen with just this blood stain? There's a clue. Yi Tianyan stood up and said with a sharp gaze, "He's hiding here. He hasn't left the divine realm." After saying that, Yi Tianyan flew into the depths. There was a corresponding exit inside. Elder Jiue and the others were shocked. Why were they still here? They were very puzzled, but they still chose to follow. Yi Tianyan followed the pulling force to the passageway in front of them. He looked around and finally came to a wall. He knocked on it. "It's here. There should be some hidden passageway." They looked at each other. He could find them like this? Elder Jiue came to the wall and knocked on it. She didn't feel anything strange. "I can't feel it. The one who set up this kind of hidden mechanism is Elder Jiu. If she didn't tell us in advance, we wouldn't know how to open it." Elder Jiue shook her head. "In that case, I'll break this wall." Yi Tianyan looked up and down. He activated the appraisal eye to its fullest and scanned the entire place. A moment later, he waved his hand and tapped the wall in a frenzy. With each tap, a faint golden light appeared on the wall. Soon, these golden lights connected together and formed a light array. He found the god's seal. They were all stunned. They couldn't see through the hidden god's seal, but Yi Tianyan found it. Not only did he find it, but he also found its weakness. After finding it, Yi Tianyan aimed at the center area and punched it hard. Boom! A big hole was punched in the center area. Soon, a passageway appeared in front of them. When they saw this passageway, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't expect there to be a hidden passageway here. "Let's go." Yi Tianyan gestured for them to go down and led the way. It seemed that they had made preparations. Through this hidden passageway, they could quickly hide their clansmen. Then, they would create a trail of escape. This way, the evil spirit race would think that they had escaped and would chase after them instead of continuing to search here. As they walked down the stairs, before they reached the bottom, Rays of light enveloped them and formed a fatal god's seal array that wanted to kill them here. It's the spirit-severing array. Elder Jiwa didn't resist and shouted, "Elder Jiu, we're back!" As soon as she finished speaking, the spirit-severing array disappeared. Then, a divine spirit with a frighteningly pale face appeared at the staircase and looked at them. "Elder Jiu." She was Elder Jiu, but her injuries seemed to be quite serious. When Elder Jiu and the others saw Elder Jiu, they were overjoyed and hurriedly ran down. When Itianyan followed them down, he saw a group of divine spirits with vigilant expressions. There weren't many of them, only a few hundred. Chapter 1243. Looks like they're really all here. Itianyan immediately felt that the evil spirit wheel was too useful. Without it, he really wouldn't have been able to find them. This place was simply too hidden. Any communication token was useless, and a simple investigation would not be able to find them. If they could find them, they wouldn't be hiding here. The more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. After being searched by the evil spirit race once, they definitely wouldn't come again. However, even their own people were on guard against them. "Elder G, you didn't even know that they were hiding here. That's great. You're all here. We thought you were all captured by the evil spirit race." After Ji Shuelian and the rest came down, their eyes turned red, and they all started crying. Their cultivation levels were not low, but they were still very touched by the situation of their clansmen. It was good enough that they were safe. "We also thought that you were captured by the evil spirit race." Elder Jiu and the rest also came over. When they saw that it was their own people, they were also extremely touched and surrounded them. Itianyan couldn't help but sigh when he saw this situation. It seemed that this was the only situation that could make the entire race unite and not scheme against each other. If they were still scheming against each other now, they would really be finished. However, there were indeed such situations. Even if the enemies outside closed in, they would still be scheming against each other to obtain more power and resources. In the end, when the enemies invaded, they were all finished. This kind of thing was not rare in the three realms. This was how an empire or a divine kingdom perished. Even though they knew that there were many enemies outside, they still fought internally. They were simply courting death. Speaking of which, this little brother, Elder Ji looked over and sized up Itianyan. A stranger would always make them vigilant. "He's our savior." It's a long story. Then they started chatting with each other and told each other about their situations. When they heard about Elder Jiu and the rest situation, all of them were shocked. They kept looking at Itianyan with gratitude. If it wasn't for Itianyan, they really wouldn't have been able to see Elder Jiu. As for Elder Jiu's side, it was the same as what they had thought. They were going to hide inside first, and then the elders would face the enemy. After fiercely resisting for a while, he immediately activated his divine seal defense, blocking them outside. At the same time, he pretended to run away and quickly escaped. At the same time, the other elders did indeed lead their clansmen to escape. The number of evil spirit races that came into attack was not just a little, but quite a few. It could be said that they were working together, even if there were evil spirit races surrounding them from the outside. Of course, the way to escape was not as simple as slipping out of the exit. That would be too low class. They had all carved a teleportation formation inside, and escaped through this teleportation formation. This was undoubtedly the safest and fastest method. Thus, there were a few elders who were temporarily not here. Instead, they had all escaped to hide. They would only dare to return after a period of time. If he casually came back, it would be troublesome if the evil spirit race still had an ambush. When they heard that the passage they had set up had been broken, their hearts went cold, thinking that they had been discovered by the evil spirit race. They didn't expect their long-lost clansman to return, which made them very happy. "Where's the patriarch? Why don't I see the patriarch?" Ji Shuilian turned her head and looked around, but she did not see the patriarch. The patriarch, Elder Ji Yu fell silent for a moment, then said, "Follow me." Before bringing them in, he indicated to his other companions to quickly repair the passage. As it was only a small hole, it was not difficult to repair. Under Elder Ji Yu's lead, they arrived in front of a room. Before they even entered, Yi Tianyun could smell a thick medicinal fragrance wafting from the room. When they walked in, they saw a middle-aged man lying on the bed. His entire body was wrapped in a thick layer of spirit medicine. Other than his nostrils and mouth, the rest of his body was covered. "Father!" When Ji Shuilian saw the middle-aged man's situation, she covered her mouth and cried out. She was completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Ji Shuilian pounced on him and knelt beside the bed. She looked at her father with red eyes. The person in front of her, who was wrapped like a dumpling, was Ji Shuilian's father, Ji Fuyun. He was also the current patriarch of the divine spirit race. However, he was heavily injured and was wrapped in a thick layer of spirit medicine. He looked terrible. Ji Fuyun didn't reply at all. He just laid there, clearly unconscious. "Elder Ji Yu, what happened to my father?" Not only Ji Shuilian, but Ji Tianzi also came to the side. However, as a man, Ji Tianzi could only clench his fists at the side. His eyes filled with anger. Needless to say, they knew that it was the evil spirit race's doing, but they did not know the details. In order to cover our escape, the patriarch blocked 3 divine lords outside, causing him to be seriously injured. He has been unconscious ever since. It looks like it will take a long time for him to recover. Elder Ji Yu sighed. "At first, we thought that you guys had returned. We didn't expect that it was the evil spirit race that came in. They were actually able to find our hiding spot and even broke our opening method. As it was too sudden, the elders and the patriarch blocked it together. If not for the patriarch, we would have been heavily injured and would not have been able to escape." Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the blood outside should be Ji Fuyun's. However, it was just as he had guessed. The evil spirit race could see their marks and attacked fiercely, catching them off guard. After all, they thought that it was their own people who had come down, so they definitely did not have any defenses. Who knew that it would be an expert of the evil spirit race? Although they had blocked it, the patriarch was heavily injured, proving that he had also suffered a fierce attack while covering their escape. Ji Fuyun's cultivation was not bad. He was at the 8th level of Divine Lord, but it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. In the end, he was still heavily injured. It was already not bad that he could successfully escape. Right now, we can only do a simple treatment. If not for the fact that we were afraid of being discovered, we would have gone out to ask for help long ago. Without good healing pills, it will be difficult for the patriarch to recover quickly. Elder Ji Yu sighed, feeling very sad. The divine spirit race focused on divine seals, so they were not that outstanding in terms of alchemy and artifact forging, especially now that Ji Fuyun's injury wasn't an ordinary one. With their abilities, they couldn't heal him. If you want an alchemist to treat you, I happen to know a thing or two. I wonder if you can let me take a look. Yi Tianyun interrupted. Chapter 1244. Young Master Tianyun, you know alchemy too? Ji Shuilian looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief. Yi Tianyun was already invincible, and they labeled him as a puppeteer. A puppeteer knew alchemy too? That was impossible. It was already difficult to focus all one's energy on being a puppeteer. Alchemy? He might not even be able to control puppets well. Yes, I know a thing or two. Can I give it a try? Yi Tianyun smiled. It seemed like they all thought that he only knew how to control puppets. This, Ji Shuilian thought for a while and nodded. Young Master Tianyan, please give it a try. Wait. Elder Ji Yu stopped him and didn't dare to let Tianyan try. Clan leader is in a critical situation now and can't move around. Little brother, if you are confident, I will let you try. But if you don't, you will be harming clan leader. Her expression was stern. This was a very serious matter. Ji Fuyun was in a critical situation now, and his condition wasn't good. If he was carelessly fed with elixirs or moved around, it would worsen his injuries. She admitted that Tianyan was her savior, but that was a different matter. If something went wrong, it would be very troublesome. Tianyan looked her up and down, then took out an elixir and passed it to her. Your condition is also quite serious. Take this elixir, and you will know how capable I am. Elder Ji Yu was stunned. She didn't expect Tianyan to answer her like this. But she didn't hesitate and took the elixir. She wasn't worried that it was a trap. She was also Elder Ji Yu's savior, so she naturally didn't worry. After taking it, her pale face started to recover quickly, and her blood qi was much better than before. You used up a lot of energy, and your blood qi is empty. I just gave you a qi replenishing elixir to help you recover a little, but you still need to recuperate. The rest of the elixirs are for you. Tianyan took out a bottle of elixirs and gestured for her to take it. Elder Ji Yu silently retreated to the side after taking him down. With just a few glances, Tianyan was able to tell her condition. He even gave her a pill that was suitable for her condition instead of casually giving her a recovery pill. This proved that he had some ability. Looks like you do have some capabilities. I was too cautious. Please help me. Elder Ji, you said, sincerely. Even though they were god monarchs, they were inferior in this aspect. Naturally, they had to be modest. Ding. Successfully accepted the side quest. Help clan leader Ji detoxify the poison. Completed. Obtained 5 points of craziness and 5 points of compression proficiency. At the same time, obtained 50 points of favorability from the Divine Spirit tribe and a chance to spin the lucky roulette. He was not surprised that a new side mission popped up. It's normal for you to be cautious. Clan Leader G's condition is very serious. He's been poisoned. If you forcefully use detoxifying grass to suppress it, the effect won't be obvious. It might even worsen his injuries. Tianyan could tell with a glance that other than being injured, Clan Leader Ji was also poisoned. These evil spirit race S had come prepared, so it was impossible for them to casually attack. Thus, it was normal for them to have more preparations. It will worsen his injuries. They were all stunned. They only knew basic treatment methods. They didn't know anything that was too serious, so they could only try simple methods. Yes, these detoxifying grass have some effect, but the effect is limited. If you wrap them all up, it will affect Clan Leader G's own detoxifying ability. Clan Leader G's cultivation is not low, and he has a strong physique. Even if it's a shocking poison, he will be able to alleviate it. Your wounds are so serious now, it's simply aggravating the effect. Then Tianyan came over and took off the thick, detoxifying grass. Just as he took it off, black skin was revealed. It seemed like he had been tortured by the poison. Tianyan took out a dagger and lightly slashed it. Following that, poisonous blood sprayed out. When it splattered on the ground, it immediately corroded the hard ground and made sizzling sounds. What a shocking poison. The poison prepared by the evil spirit race is amazing. Tianyan shook his head. If this poison wasn't strong, how could it have poisoned a god monarch? When Ji Shuilian and the others saw this, their expressions changed, and they felt their hearts ache. If these antidote herbs were to be removed, what would be seen would definitely be a tragic sight. It would be completely unrecognizable. Yes, we don't know what poison it is. If not for clan leader helping us, we elders would have been poisoned. Elder Ji, you recalled the situation at that time, and her face turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying poison. Young Master Tianyan, can this cure the poison? Ji Shuilian asked worriedly. Let me take a look at the situation first. Tianyan squinted his eyes and stared at the pool of poisonous blood. He didn't let clan leader Ji let out blood for fun. Letting out blood to cure the poison wouldn't work at all. He just wanted to see the composition of the poisonous blood and see what kind of terrifying poison it contained. Then he would be able to cure it. After a moment, Tianyan completely analyzed it and knew what the composition was. As he analyzed it, his expression became more and more solemn. Young Master Tianyan, Ji Shuilian had a bad premonition, especially when she saw Tianyun's solemn expression. I know how to cure the poison in general. It has to be said that the poison used by the evil spirit race is not fatal, but it will make people unconscious. At the same time, as time passes, it will gradually disintegrate their cultivation. At that time, they will basically have no fighting strength and will be at their mercy. Tianyan said in a deep voice, if we delay any longer, even if we can cure the poison, our cultivation will be greatly affected. This poison could not be said to be poisonous, because no matter what, it would not die. It would only affect one's cultivation, and at the same time, it would make the poisoned person unconscious. It was impossible for the evil spirit race to kill them. Every single one of them was extremely precious, so the situation of people dying in battle was unlikely to happen. As for whether or not he would die after being captured, that was another matter. Then, how do we cure the poison? Their eyes lit up. In just a moment, they knew how to cure the poison. It's not difficult to cure the poison. Let's see if you have the corresponding spirit medicine first. Tianyan asked. Spirit medicine? Yes. We still have some spirit medicine, but we don't have much in stock. Elder Ji, you hurriedly took out his storage ring and handed it over so that Tianyan could see if it was enough. After Tianyan took it and checked it, he was somewhat surprised. You have quite a lot of stock. It's basically very complete, and you're telling me that you don't have much? Chapter 1245. I used to have a lot more than this. I've been changing places recently, so I've used up quite a lot of spirit herbs. Elder Ji, you smiled embarrassedly before his eyes lit up. Does that mean that the antidote spirit herbs you want are all in here? That's right. If even you guys don't have them, then there's no need to mention others. Tianyan glanced at the things in Elder Ji Yu's storage ring. It could be described as explosive. Even though a lot of them had been used up, there were still many spirit herbs inside. It was like a mountain of spirit herbs. Just think about it. If it was said that a lot of them had been used up, how many would there have been when they were at their peak? Without the support of resources, it was absolutely impossible for a race to continue to prosper. After all, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it would be very difficult to break through to a higher level without resources. It would take even more time. Does that mean that we can refine the antidote now? Elder Gu and the rest were delighted. They thought that they would have to go out and search. If they really had to go out and search, they would definitely go out and search immediately. They did not want to see their patriarch continue to suffer. If not for the evil spirit race outside, they would have gone to other god territory factions to ask for help from an alchemist. However, in order to hide, they could only stay in this place. Yes, I'll start refining now. As long as there are corresponding spirit herbs, it's not difficult to detoxify. Immediately after, Itianyan took out many spirit herbs and tossed them into the air. At the same time, he threw out the alchemy furnace and threw all the spirit herbs inside. Previously, he had been refining empty-handed, not to show how high his level was, but because the grade of the alchemy furnace was too low, so he could only choose to refine empty-handed. After throwing them in, he unleashed the sky-burning sacred fire and started to refine them at an extremely fast speed. When they saw the sky-burning sacred fire, they immediately felt relieved. If they did not believe that Itianyan was an alchemist before, they completely believed it now. How could an expert with the sky-burning sacred fire not be an alchemist? If he had the sky-burning sacred fire and was not an alchemist, it would be a waste of resources. Even if he was not an alchemist, he had to at least be a divine creation master. The refining process did not take long, and he soon refined many spirit herbs, filling up bottle after bottle. This kind of medicinal pill was not very high grade. The main difficulty was to find the corresponding antidote. As long as he could find it, even Elder Gu and the others would be able to refine it. After all, it could only be considered a low-grade elixir. All right, make a few more bottles here. Chief G doesn't need to take all of them. Just take it according to the situation. I don't think you need 3 or 4 to completely detoxify the poison. The rest is just in case. If you get poisoned again, just take this. Itianyan passed the pill to Ji Shuilian. After all, clan leader Ji was her father. Thank you, thank you. Ji Shuilian was incomparably grateful. She hurriedly received the elixir and stuffed one of it into her father's mouth. As soon as he stuffed it in, his body started to bleed profusely. Simply letting out the blood wouldn't be enough, but slowly forcing the poison out was a different story. Now, he was continuously forcing the poison out. Black venom flowed out of his body, and soon the whole bed was dyed black with black liquid. It smelled terrible. However, they didn't care about it. They were all staring at Ji Fuyun's situation, wanting to see the effect. Quick, look, father. The poison in his body is starting to disappear a little. They could immediately see that the poison in Ji Fuyun's body was starting to fade. It was like the black ink on his body was being diluted bit by bit. If this continued, the poison would soon be completely removed. Itianyan took a look. This was the inevitable result. As long as the right medicine was used, there would definitely be no problem. The effect would definitely be the same as what he expected, unless it was some quack doctor. Those who made the wrong judgment and used the wrong medicine would definitely die. He had the appraisal. If he still failed like this, he really didn't know what to say. The effect is more or less like this. After the effect of this antidote disappears, continue to take more antidote pills. If you continue to take more, there will be no problem. Itianyan smiled. Young Master Tianyan, I really don't know how to thank you. When father wakes up, I will definitely repay you. Ji Shuilian was incomparably grateful. It wasn't just her. The other clansmen were also extremely grateful. They didn't even know how to express their gratitude with ordinary words. Not only had he saved them, but he had also saved their chief. Up until now, they had been asking for nothing in return. It was nothing, Itianyan said modestly. Then let's arrange for young Master Tianyan to rest first. When father wakes up, I will tell you, said Ji Shuilian. No, I'm going out for a while. I will come back after a while. Tianyan shook his head. Young Master Tianyan, where are you going? Ji Shuilian's heart tightened. She didn't know where Tianyan was going. They hadn't even repaid him yet. If Tianyan left just like that, they would be too irresponsible. Actually, I'm not going anywhere. I want to find a place to cultivate and break through. I feel that I'm about to break through, so I want to find a hidden place to do so. Etionyan said truthfully. This wasn't a secret, so there was no harm in saying it. He saved the divine spirit race and brought them back. Part of the reason was that he wanted to break through. This time, the harvest in the evil spirit divine realm was huge. He killed so many evil spirit race and obtained a lot of materials and crazy points. It was enough for him to upgrade his divine skills. As long as he breaks through to the level of Lord of Heaven, even if a divine monarch comes, he can easily crush them. Even if it's only at the level of Lord of Heaven, he can still suppress a divine monarch. Because when he broke through to the level of Lord of Heaven, many things were unlocked, such as the new set in the Sin Mall. Once he changed it, crushing everything would not be a problem. So that's how it is. Do you want us to help protect you? Ji Shuilian said. I don't need it. This breakthrough is going to be very powerful. I'm afraid that it will affect you. I'll just find a hidden place to break through. Etionyan rejected their good intentions. This breakthrough is going to be much more powerful than the previous ones. It's useless to protect him if someone has bad intentions towards him. The first to die will definitely not be him, but the person who interferes with him. Therefore, he intends to break through alone. He just needs to find a hidden place. He doesn't need any protection. He wants to see who will interfere with him. When the time comes, he doesn't mind killing them. Chapter 1246. They were disappointed at Etionyan's refusal. Since he said so, they didn't need to force it. All right then. Ji Shuilian and Elder Ji, you looked at each other before nodding lightly. This is our special communication token. If we have to move, we'll inform you through this special communication token. If we don't inform you, it means we are still here. They didn't know how long Etionyan would be in seclusion. Anyway, it was better to leave a special communication token so that Etionyan could find them through it after his breakthrough. Sure, Etionyan took the token. He definitely wouldn't leave immediately. He still had to establish a cooperative relationship with them. Naturally, he couldn't leave. However, he was in urgent need of a breakthrough. Otherwise, if one or two divine monarchs came, he could only watch from the side. Previously, when he dealt with a divine monarch expert, he was only at the first level. Moreover, he was only able to kill him when the other party was careless. If a few powerful ones came, he wouldn't be able to deal with them at all. After taking the token, he bid farewell and left. Sister, Big Brother Tianyan has already left. Don't look anymore. Ji Qianzi teased. I can't move my eyes away. I've been looking at that door. There's clearly no one there. You're courting death. Ji Shuilian blushed. She stretched out her hand and wanted to punch Ji Qianzi. Ji Qianzi dodged to the side. But after dodging, he said solemnly, Sister, although Big Brother Tianyan is very powerful, I can't be willful. There are some things that you can just think about. I know. Ji Shuilian's smile disappeared. Instead, she became solemn. The Divine Spirit clan had to continue reproducing with the same clan to keep their bloodline pure. They couldn't mix. As the daughter of the Divine Spirit clan's patriarch, she couldn't do that. No matter how much she loved Etionyan, she could only choose to give up. She sighed deeply. She shouldered the responsibility of the entire Divine Spirit clan's prosperity. Even if she couldn't become the patriarch, she still shouldered an extremely important responsibility. At the same time, after Etionyan flew away, he quickly found a remote area and prepared to break through. But before that, he needed to do a lot of work. Improve my dragon god bloodline. Ding! Deducting 500 crazy point. Successfully upgraded dragon god bloodline to 9th level, max. The ninth grade Divine Dragon bloodline increases one's strength by 500 times, defense by 500 times, and healing ability by 50 times. After the Dragon God's bloodline reached the ninth grade, it was the maximum level. There was no way for it to go any higher. This was already the limit. There was no notification saying that he could continue to improve, such as changing his grade or something. This was not unexpected. He was very satisfied with the Dragon God's bloodline from the very beginning and fan you to the present situation where the effect was extremely good, especially now that the data was already dazzling enough. An increase of 500 times was much stronger than those reincarnation-level martial arts. These were the advantages of bloodline power. The stronger the bloodline, the stronger the effect. However, not all bloodline powers could increase one's strength. For example, the divine spirit race didn't have such an effect. Their effect was to increase one's innate talent. Unfortunately, he didn't have a bloodline in this area unless he obtained it himself or extracted it. Improve Phoenix bloodline. Ding, deducting 10 crazy point, successfully upgraded Phoenix bloodline to 5th level. Continue to improve. Ding, deducting 50 crazy point, successfully upgraded Phoenix bloodline to 6th level. Continue to improve. Ding, deducting 100 crazy point, successfully upgraded. Continue to improve. Ding, successfully deducting 500 crazy point, successfully upgraded Phoenix bloodline to 9th level max. Phoenix bloodline 9th level. Increase speed by 300 times. Increase firepower by 300 times, increase healing ability by 300 times, and provide a chance to be reborn in fire. Cooldown time is 100 years. The effect is rebirth. As if it didn't cost money, Eteonian crazily upgraded the 2 bloodlines. These 2 bloodlines have always been used by him the most. As for divine skills, they are not used by these 2 bloodlines, mainly in battle. Divine skills were not bad, but most of them were just for supporting purposes. What could truly increase one's combat strength were these bloodlines and whatnot. After upgrading 2 bloodlines in a row, the basic crazy point has been reduced by more than half, basically bottoming out. Fortunately, he killed a lot of evil spirit race before. Otherwise, he really can't upgrade the 2 bloodlines to the maximum level. The remaining crazy point, he is not in a hurry for the time being. He can use it to upgrade crazy mode. However, crazy mode can't be upgraded for the time being, not because crazy point is not enough, but because his cultivation is not enough. After all, according to 10 billion crazy point, it is almost 1,000 crazy point. With his current wealth, it should not be a problem. He just wants to upgrade, but it doesn't give him a chance to upgrade. He is stuck at this level. As for how strong the cultivation is required, there is no indication. If it could be leveled up, any bloodline would have to stand aside. Crazy mode was the most domineering godly skill. Now it has a 64 times bonus. If he continues to upgrade it, it will become 128 times bonus. At that time, if not me, who else? Now that the upgrade is finished, the only thing missing is a good weapon. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He has been using the Heavenly Divine Spear for a long time. It is really outdated. He can't use his full strength at all if he wants to use his full strength. He needs at least a higher level. Now he is almost ready to start forging a weapon that truly belongs to him. Immediately, he began to find the materials he needs. A pile of precious materials were taken out by him, ready to forge a heavenly Tao weapon. What kind of weapon should I forge? He looked at the Heavenly Divine Spear in his hand. It is more convenient to use a spear, and immediately decided, then I will forge a divine spear. Without thinking for too long, he immediately took out a furnace and began to throw precious materials into it. Star God Stone, throw in. Star God Sand, throw in. Brilliant gold sand, throw in. Every kind of material that can be used to forge a heavenly Tao weapon was thrown in one by one, and at the same time, he began to quench it with burning heaven's sacred fire. It was as if these materials were free, and they kept throwing them in. But these materials are really free. They are all obtained from killing those evil spirit race, so it doesn't matter if he fails. Chapter 1247. On a remote planet, Eteonian kept throwing materials into the furnace and refining them one by one. He wasn't throwing all the materials in, but he had to ensure that they were perfectly fused. Otherwise, the furnace would definitely explode. He just had to throw in a little more materials, and the weight would increase, making the divine spear even heavier. What he needed was a weapon that was domineering and heavy enough. Now that he had upgraded his dragon god bloodline, his strength had increased greatly. Unless it was an extremely heavy item, he could easily pick it up. Still not enough. Continue. Eteonian threw in pile after pile of materials, and the furnace was already filled with a huge ball of liquid. It was mixed with precious materials, and it was constantly being refined in the furnace to remove all the impurities. He only stopped after throwing materials to a certain level. At this moment, there was already a huge ball of liquid inside, and it was several times more than what was used to forge ordinary weapons. If other divine craftsmen were at the side, they would definitely scold Eteonian for being crazy. It was extremely easy for him to fail, and once he failed, all the materials would be wasted. Eteonian wasn't afraid of failure. If he wanted an even more astonishing weapon, he would have to take some risks. Moreover, he wasn't messing around, and everything was within his control. When the refinement was almost done, it started to solidify and take shape. At this moment, the power of the heavenly law descended from the sky and enveloped this area. He was going to drag the power of the heavenly law. If he wanted to make this weapon even more powerful, he would need the power of the heavenly law. If he failed, it wouldn't be a heavenly law weapon anymore, but an explosion. Come down. Eteonian trembled, and he controlled his power to drag the power of the heavenly law down. First, it was 1, then 2. Since he already had experience, it was much easier to drag the power of the heavenly law down. This time, he was going to stuff even more power of the heavenly law into the weapon, and it was going to be much crazier than before. Previously, he was holding back his strength, but this time, he was going all out, and he was going to stuff even more power of the heavenly law. The weapon in the furnace emitted an even more dazzling radiance as the power of the heavenly law was constantly being stuffed in. As they continued to stuff in, the sky began to flash with lightning and rumble with thunder. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Treasures that were too heaven-defying would definitely cause a heavenly tribulation to descend. However, Eteonian did not care at all. He continued to stuff in more heavenly energy, wanting to completely strengthen the weapon. Keep coming down. Eteonian stretched out his hand and pulled at the void. The heavenly Tao energy was like ribbons that were being pulled down, being dragged down, and fused into the heavenly Tao weapon. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling radiance was released. If the elders of the God Creation Palace were here, they would definitely be shocked by the scene in front of them. Eteonian wasn't just bold, he was courting death. Boom. Finally, the heavenly tribulation began to descend. The densely packed lightning began to strike down on the furnace. He wanted to destroy this heaven-defying treasure so that it wouldn't appear in the world. Get lost! Eteonian waved his hand in the void, and an invisible force was thrown out, bouncing off the lightning that struck down. The treasure was not damaged at all. Although it was bounced off, the heavenly tribulation continued to strike down relentlessly, wanting to destroy the treasure. Eteonian did not mind at all and continued to resist the heavenly lightning. The heavenly tribulation of such a treasure was not like the heavenly tribulation that they had encountered before, which could be easily destroyed. Instead, it had to continue until the treasure was successfully refined. If one really wanted to destroy it, it was not impossible, but there was a price to pay. Yi Tianyun's current cultivation was not strong enough, so he did not dare to do so. He focused all his attention on the weapon. If he lost control, even a little, the refinement would fail. As the process continued, the weapon in the furnace gradually coalesced, unaffected by the heavenly tribulation outside. This state lasted for a few days, and it had to be said that the time required was not short. Finally, after a week, his eyes lit up, and he patted the furnace in the void. With a dong, the furnace's lid was lifted. Following that, a golden light shot up into the sky, and at the same time, the figure of a weapon also flew into the void like a bright meteor escaping to the side. Trying to escape, Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and his figure flashed. A huge shadow of a phoenix appeared behind him. In an instant, he caught up to the weapon and reached out to grab it. Thick dragon scales appeared on his palm, and no matter how the weapon struggled, it could not break free from his violent power. "Be quiet!" Yi Tianyun's right hand that was holding the weapon suddenly swung, and a golden light was thrown out from the surface of the weapon, which just happened to enter the planet. Boom! This huge planet was split into two by this beam of light. The smooth cross-section made people suck in a breath of cold air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The divine spear in his hand trembled, and finally calmed down. At the same time, the heavenly tribulation in the sky quickly disappeared. As long as the weapon was formed, the heavenly tribulation would no longer be a problem. After it calmed down, the divine spear that appeared in his hand looked ordinary on the surface. There were no markings at all, and it looked just like a black iron spear. One could not tell that it was an invincible weapon at all, and it looked more like an ordinary iron pillar. However, with a gentle twist, surging power was infused into the divine spear, and starlight immediately appeared on its surface. Other than a faint green light, there was also a faint blue light. In fact, this meant that the power of the two planets in his body could be completely integrated into this weapon, and it could be used to the extreme. Not bad. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. When he felt the weapon in his hand resonate with him, he felt extremely comfortable. He did not expect to successfully forge a top-grade Heavenly Path weapon this time. That's right, this was a top-grade Heavenly Path weapon. If the elders of the Temple of Gods were here, they would definitely be shocked. It had only been a short while, and Yi Tianyun was actually able to forge a top-grade Heavenly Path weapon. He held the divine spear horizontally in front of him, and after reaching out to touch it, he smiled faintly. "It suits my current ability very well. Then, I shall call you the Astral Divine Spear." He had specially forged it according to his ability, and it could guide his power of the stars into it, and then unleash it completely, allowing him to use his power to the extreme. Chapter 1248. 10 times power God seal. Carve. 5 times power God seal. Carve. Extremize God seal. Carve. He carved God seals on the spear one by one. Weapons of different grades would have different numbers of God seals. Now, this starry divine spear could be carved with many God seals. The difficulty of carving God seals was no easier than forging weapons. The further he went, the more difficult it became. For example, the first God seal might have a 100% success rate, but the second God seal might drop to 80%. The difficulty would increase exponentially. The main thing was that the God seal on the weapon would repel it. Therefore, it was easy to fail. However, Yi Tianyun used his powerful mind power to carve the corresponding God seal on the spear. After carving, the originally pitch-black, starry divine spear started to have some God seal marks, but they looked very faint. As long as they were not unleashed, these divine seals would not release any light, causing them to look very ordinary, without any bright spots. Yi Tianyun's starry divine spear looked very ordinary. If it was thrown into a pile of weapons, it would be a very inconspicuous existence. However, this was the feeling that Yi Tianyun wanted. It looked very low-key, but when it really exploded, it would sweep away everything. It was impossible for a superior-grade heavenly Tao weapon to be weak. It's about time. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He had prepared everything that needed to be prepared. If this still could not pass the heavenly tribulation, then there was no other way. Then he looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with boundless starlight. Time to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Ding! Beginning to break through to the Lord of Heaven, progress at 1%. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the void, spinning rapidly in the void. The surrounding energy was sucked into it, and at the same time, it grew bigger and bigger. Thick tribulation, lightning, surged wildly in it, and terrifying tribulation fire spun rapidly in it. It was no different from the first heavenly tribulation. It still had tribulation lightning and tribulation fire, but just these two types of tribulation lightning were already incredibly powerful. A series of loud sounds rang out in all directions. This was not a sound at all, but a wave of lightning energy that spread out in all directions. It was like a dense net of light that enveloped the entire space. This net of light was covered by rings of tribulation fire. It looked like a huge net of fire that was woven in the air. The commotion began to spread in all directions. Even the cold nether domain was alarmed. Every cultivator raised their heads to look at the sky. They felt a terrifying power enveloping their heads. What's going on? Has a treasure appeared? All of them looked up at the sky and felt an extremely terrifying power spreading in the sky. This power even spread to other divine domains, affecting a larger area. What a powerful force! It's much stronger than the heavenly tribulation that the Lord of the 10th refinement experienced. Yi Tianyun felt his scalp go numb. However, this scene was not an illusion from a dream. The energy in the scene was much stronger than this. The energy in front of him was at most at the 5th level of the Lord of Heaven. It was much weaker than a divine Lord. Boom! He did not have much time to think. The dense net of light quickly enveloped him. There were no blind spots. It was like a dense net that wrapped around Yi Tianyun, trying to capture him. However, if he was really wrapped up, he would not be captured. He would be burned to ashes. If this is all you have, then you are too weak. Yi Tianyun held the star divine spear in his hand. He did not use too much power. He swept the spear in a fan shape, and a spear light swept out. Wherever it went, the void was cut in half. This included the light net that was wrapped around him. It was easily cut in half by his spear light. Such a dense light net was swept away by a spear light. It was not difficult at all. After the light net disappeared, the heavenly tribulation began to emit waves of energy. The tribulation cloud expanded again. Halos were released from the tribulation cloud. First it was red, then blue, then green, then yellow, and finally gold. It was the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements quickly merged and formed 5 extreme light pillars. Before long, the light pillars pierced through and formed a dense rain of swords. There were dense light pillars as far as the eye could see. Although there were gaps, Yi Tianyun did not think that he could escape through them. This was because there was an energy connection between the light pillars. It was an invisible energy that was invisible to the naked eye. If he passed through it casually, he would definitely be the one to die. The second heavenly tribulation, its power has increased to the peak of the Lord of Heaven. This change made him feel speechless. The improvement was a bit too fast. From the previous 5 levels of the Lord of Heaven to the peak of the Lord of Heaven, it was simply a death sentence for him. He had not broken through to the Lord of Heaven, but he had to face the peak of the Lord of Heaven. Was this the power suppression that a Lord of the 10 refinements Earth should receive? Dragon God bloodline, open! Etienne's eyes turned red. In an instant, his whole body was covered with thick dragon scales. He seemed to have turned into a dragon. The thick dragon scales looked indestructible and strong enough to resist all kinds of damage. The key was that his power had increased by 500 times in an instant. The star god spear in his hand was immediately driven by the red light. At the same time, the energy in the star god spear was activated. A red dragon pattern appeared on the spear. Open! Etienne waved the star god spear and swept it out. Wherever it went, the space collapsed, including the 5 elements light pillars. With a sweep, they all turned into colorful light spots and drifted around. However, it did not end so quickly this time. The power of the 5 elements kept surging over. After sweeping one wave, another wave came. Etienne stood in place and kept resisting the 5 elements light pillars. After the power of the 5 elements spread out, it was no longer limited to the cold underworld realm. It had spread to other celestial realms. A group of cultivators was immediately alarmed by this feeling. Due to their curiosity, those with slightly higher cultivation flew over to take a look. What's going on? The change in the world seems to be a special power of the 5 elements. It is spreading in the air. Is someone undergoing a tribulation? Impossible. How can a tribulation have such a shocking range? There must be some special treasure. Let's hurry over and take a look in case it is snatched by other cultivators. Chapter 1249. The power of Etienne's heaven's calamity continued to spread, affecting even more celestial domains. As a result, every cultivator thought that a rare treasure had appeared. However, the power of the heaven's calamity was not limited to the place where he was undergoing the heaven's calamity. Instead, it continued to spread. Hence, it would take some effort for them to find Etienne. Etienne did not have the energy to pay attention to this. Instead, he focused all his attention on defending against the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements began to fuse and attack again and again. The power increased exponentially, becoming stronger and stronger. However, there was no power that could block one of his spears. If there was, then it would be 2 spears. The rampaging power destroyed the power of the 5 elements. Although it was easy, he was still surprised. After all, the power had increased by a lot. If he did not increase his strength, he would have been killed here. Once the heaven's calamity began, it would not end unless he died. Otherwise, it would continue. No matter how he tried to escape, teleport, or use the teleportation godstone, it would be pointless. The heaven's calamity would lock him in place. No matter where he escaped to, it would be quickly pursued. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. It enveloped everything. What power? Luckily, I had a breakthrough. Otherwise, I would not have been able to last this round. Etienne's heart sank. After the power of the 5 elements fused, its power was no longer limited to the peak power of the Lord of Heaven. It was vaguely at the God, Lord level. Although he had defeated a God, Lord level expert before, this was a God, Lord level attack. He could not disperse the heaven's calamity. That was the most terrifying part. This was a test of his endurance. If he ran out of energy, he would be finished. Of course, he did not need to worry about this. He had already prepared many recovery elixirs. He did not need to worry about this. Fortunately, the power of the 5 elements did not last for too long. After a full day, all the 5 elements light pillars in the sky disappeared. Everything disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened. However, the planets around Eteonyon had long been destroyed. Not even dust could be found, let alone a small piece of rock. These were all caused by the power of the 5 elements. If the tribulation happened in a random planet region, that planet region would probably be blasted into powder. Therefore, the tribulations would often be carried out in remote places. There were also those who underwent tribulations nearby, destroying the surrounding planets and killing many cultivators. This kind of thing was not uncommon. After all, many cultivators were extremely selfish and did whatever they wanted. In their eyes, cultivators with low cultivation were just a bunch of ants. So what if they died? There were so many of them anyway. Eteonyon knew this would happen, so he came to a remote place to undergo his tribulation. At the same time, he also wanted to avoid being disturbed by others. However, according to the current situation, it would probably attract a lot of cultivators to watch. This scene was really too exaggerated. He had never seen such an exaggerated heavenly tribulation. It was as if it covered the entire divine realm, causing the winds and clouds to change. I have passed the test for the 5 elemental energies, but I wonder what else is there. Before he finished his sentence, the heavenly tribulation began to change. It turned into yin and yang and spun in the air. The surrounding pressure suddenly increased by more than 100 times. The power of yin and yang, Eteonyon, felt a terrifying pressure under his feet. When he looked down, he realized that there was a yin-yang array pressing down on his feet. Be it above his head, around him, or beneath his feet, there was a yin-yang array pressing down on him. Almost instantly, he was trapped inside, with no way to escape. However, it was not that he could not escape. With a shift, he might be able to shift out of this place. However, this was not a battle, but a tribulation transcendence. There was no point in escaping during a tribulation transcendence. Therefore, he could only endure it and wait to pass this round. Then it would be over. As the yin-yang array pressed down on him, Eteonyon felt the pressure increasing. It increased from 100 times to a few hundred times, and this number was constantly increasing. There were no violent attacks. It just relied on this pressure to press down on him from all directions, trying to flatten him into a meat patty. This pressure has already reached the 2nd or 3rd level of God Monarch. Eteonyon felt that his body was about to be flattened. The increasing pressure wanted to flatten him into a meat patty. No wonder it was rare to see 10 Earth monarchs breaking through to the Lord of Heaven. Under such a situation, how could he persist? Even if he raised his dragon god bloodline to the maximum level, he still felt that it was extremely strenuous. Furthermore, this was not the limit. As he got closer, the pressure might increase by 1,000 times. Moreover, this was not the scene in the dream realm. This meant that after passing this round, there was still the next round of tests. Finally, the terrifying yin-yang array pressed down on him. Eteonyon could only use his hands to block the incoming yin-yang array. The astonishing pressure squeezed, in bit by bit. Eteonyon continuously pushed out with his hands and legs to prevent the yin-yang array from squeezing in. "Open for me." Eteonyon roared. His dragon god bloodline burst forth. A dazzling red light soared into the sky. Under his ferocious push, the yin-yang array was pushed out by 1/2 meter. However, this was not the end. The yin-yang array continued to press over. It did not disappear because of this. Not only was the yin-yang array pressuring, but its defense was also extremely shocking. How could it be destroyed by this push? Right now, he could only persevere until this round was over. At the same time, the numbers in his head kept jumping. He knew that the tribulation was only halfway through. Advancement progress. 51%, 52%. He increased bit by bit. As time passed, it took a long time. He was no longer like before, jumping several levels consecutively. He had to undergo tribulation to increase his cultivation. Following that, under the yin-yang array, he was continuously pressed down. The dragon scales on his body started to shatter. Blood continuously dripped from his wounds. He looked like a bloody man. Etianyan could only persevere. At the same time, his surging dragon god bloodline started to heal his injuries at an extremely fast speed. He could still persevere in this state. This heavenly tribulation can't stop me. Etianyan's eyes were filled with determination. He was like an imposing giant propping up this world. It was as if he was splitting the heavens and earth apart, forcefully holding up a world. Chapter 1250. Etianyan had been enduring the pressure of the terrifying yin and yang force. It pressed down on him from all directions, making it hard for him to move. He could only hold his palms and push away the pressure from all directions. In this state, the dragon scales on his body healed after being broken, repeating the process over and over again. The pressure was so strong that the dragon scales on his body were crushed into powder. Fortunately, he had a heaven-defying defense. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him to resist. Soon, when the process reached 80%, the yin and yang force pressing down on him suddenly disappeared. However, the tribulation cloud above his head did not disappear. Instead, it continued to spread. This time, the heavenly tribulation did not attack immediately. Instead, layers of tribulation cloud stacked on top of each other. First, it was one layer, then 2 layers, then 3 layers at the same time. The heavenly tribulation no longer affected the cold underworld realm, but many other god realms. The sky was covered by the tribulation cloud, covering so many god realms. The heavenly spring god realm felt it. They all saw the layers of tribulation cloud stacking up in the sky. What's going on? Who's undergoing tribulation? But it doesn't make sense. Even an Earth Lord's tribulation can't cover such a large area. Elder Go Huang and the others came out of the Elders' Hall. When they saw the tribulation cloud above their heads, they were all shocked. They had never seen a tribulation cloud that covered such a large area, and it was stacked up in layers. Usually, only an Earth Lord's tribulation would have layers of tribulation clouds stacking up. The number of Earth refinement realm lords would depend on the number of layers. For example, when a 5th refinement realm lord broke through to the Lord of Heaven, there would be 5 layers of tribulation cloud. If there was a 6th refinement realm lord, there would be 6 layers, and so on. At the same time, even the evil spirit realm saw this scene. When Elder Tesso and the others saw this scene, they frowned and quickly searched around, but did not find anyone undergoing tribulation. What's going on? Which cultivator has such a wide coverage of tribulation cloud? Elder Tesso and the others frowned in disbelief. The effect of the evil spirit race's tribulation was completely different from this. Naturally, it would immediately be judged as a cultivator's tribulation. It was precisely because it covered such a large area that all of them were puzzled. They didn't know exactly who was undergoing the tribulation, nor did they know which area it was. The cultivators, who had originally thought that some kind of rare treasure had appeared, stopped one by one and did not continue to search for it. At first, he thought it was a rare treasure. When he saw the layers of tribulation cloud superimposed, he knew it was a tribulation transcendence. Damn it, I thought it would be some rare treasure. Who knew it would be a tribulation? That's right, what a scam. He had run so far for nothing, so it turned out that he was undergoing a tribulation. How could there be such a huge heavenly tribulation? It only covers a wider area. It's not a heavenly tribulation, but an earthly monarch heavenly tribulation. There's nothing much to see. They all returned helplessly. After all, there was really nothing to see here. They had seen most of the earthly monarch heavenly tribulations. There was nothing new, especially in the second-grade God domain area. They had even seen many first-grade God domains, let alone second-grade God domains. Guess, how many earthly monarchs do you think this guy has? I guess it's at most 7 or 8 earthly monarchs. Anyway, that's about it. Although I don't know why it's so fierce, it's about it. I suspect it's a 9 refinement Earth monarch. If it's not a 9 refinement Earth monarch, how could such a wide, heavenly tribulation appear? They all nodded their heads. They all thought that it would be a 9 refinement Earth monarch. If it wasn't a 9 refinement Earth monarch, then there really wasn't any level of earthly monarch that could reach such a wide, heavenly tribulation. Moreover, they had basically never seen a 9 refinement Earth monarch before, so they could only subconsciously think so. As time passed, the layers of heavenly tribulation superimposed. Soon, it reached the 8th layer, followed by the 9th layer. Haha, I knew it. Only a 9 refinement Earth monarch can have such an effect. 10th layer? Their eyes widened as they saw the 10th layer of heavenly tribulation on top of the 9th layer. The 10 layers of tribulation cloud were all stunned, including the evil spirit race's side. When they saw this situation, they all wondered if they had seen wrongly. No, it can't be 10 layers of tribulation cloud. Elder Go Huang hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and come over to look at the tribulation cloud. Come out quickly. What's there to see? Isn't it just a tribulation cloud? Which brat actually dares to transcend the tribulation nearby? After he finishes transcending the tribulation, drag him over and beat him up." After the other elders came out, when they raised their heads to look at the heavenly tribulation in the sky, they all rubbed their eyes in doubt. They were all dumbfounded. It wasn't just these elders. Even Elder Tesso and the others were stunned. The 10th layer of tribulation cloud meant that the 10 refinement Earth monarch had broken through to the Lord of Heaven. But there was a 10 refinement Earth monarch. This was completely impossible. They had never heard of the 10 refinement Earth monarch. However, it was happening right in front of them now. There really were 10 layers of tribulation cloud. Not one more, not one less. At the same time, the divine spirit race also sensed the situation here and came out of the planet. When they saw the situation in the sky, they were all stunned. 10 layers of tribulation cloud, 10 refinement Earth monarch. This is impossible. I've never heard of the 10 refinement Earth monarch. Elder GU and the others were shocked. They were very sensitive to energy fluctuations, so they all came out from below. Who knew that they would see such a shocking scene when they came out? 10 layers of tribulation cloud, transcending the tribulation. Could it be young Master Tianyin? Ji Shualian immediately thought of Yi Tianyin. After all, Yi Tianyin had said that he was going to transcend the tribulation. No way, could it really be him? Elder GU and the others were shocked, but no one dared to make a careless judgment. After all, this was too exaggerated. Who knew if Yi Tianyin was transcending the tribulation normally? However, when combined with what Yi Tianyin had said before he left, they couldn't help but believe half of it. He didn't need them to protect him. Based on the situation, he really didn't need them to protect him. Most of the divine domains that were covered by the tribulation cloud were shaken. The tribulation cloud didn't cover all the regions, but the area it covered was shocking enough. Everyone was guessing who this guy was. He had actually triggered the 10 refinement heavenly tribulation, which overturned everyone's understanding. While everyone was still in shock, Tianyan, was faced with the scene from the dream. Countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky, as if they had turned into a cage made of divine lightning, sealing all the regions. Each divine lightning bolt fell continuously, maintaining the appearance of falling. The power of each divine lightning bolt was far greater than the previous power. Chapter 1251. Apart from the dense divine lightning, the divine lightning that fell rapidly gathered and formed a huge divine lightning phantom, as though a thunder god had descended. However, after this thunder god descended, it did not speak and only stared at him. Although it did not attack, its terrifying power had already covered the entire area. This scene is the aftermath of that dream. Tianyan felt his scalp go numb. This thunder god's overall combat power had already reached the level of a god monarch level 6. A god monarch level 6 was actually not very heaven-defying, but for a 10 refinement Earth Lord, it was quite heaven-defying, directly crossing two major realms. One was the Lord of Heaven, one was the god monarch realm, adding up to 16 levels. Crossing so many realms, the difficulty was simply insane. This was the test for a 10 refinement Earth Lord to break through to the Lord of Heaven. This was a bit too difficult. Even if it was the Lord of Heaven, it would be difficult to resist. After all, a Lord of Heaven was also like an ant when facing a god monarch. Right now, an Earth Lord was even more like an ant when facing a god monarch. The two were not on the same level. This was simply like a heavenly tribulation that completely killed the person undergoing the tribulation. It would not allow a 10 refinement Earth Lord to exist in this world, let alone pass the tribulation successfully. Does a 10 refinement Earth Lord need to pass such a terrifying heavenly tribulation to break through to the Lord of Heaven? Tianyun's heart sank. Could it be that a 10 refinement Earth Lord is really not allowed to exist? If that is the case, then even if it is the heavens, I will break it. He gripped the star god spear in his hand tightly, the power of the two planets in his body surging wildly. The two kept colliding, continuously producing more energy, ready to explode at any time. Kaboom! The huge thunder god turned its head and looked at him. Its hand grabbed at the void, and a lightning spear appeared in its hand. It aimed at Tianyun and threw the spear. Shwa! It instantly appeared in front of him. The speed was really too fast. They were clearly separated by 100 miles, but in less than a breath's time, or even less than half a breath's time, this bolt of lightning had already arrived in front of him, aiming at his head. If hit, his head would be blown away. A casual toss had already displayed the heaven-defying explosive power of the man. Phoenix bloodline, open! The shadow of a phoenix appeared in Tianyun's eyes. He shifted his body to the side and increased his speed by 300 times, but he could only barely dodge it. Although he avoided a fatal blow, the lightning still touched his body, and his body was instantly scorched. However, with the dragon god's bloodline and the phoenix's bloodline's frenzied regenerative abilities, it quickly regained its original color. Both of his bloodlines had powerful self-healing abilities, which allowed him to recover in the shortest amount of time possible. The dragon god bloodline and the phoenix bloodline weren't ranked in the top 10, but their rankings weren't low. They were both close to the top 10. The bloodline was from the bloodline, which it was at bloodline. This ranking was based on comprehensive talent, meaning that it could provide more powerful talent. After all, increasing strength and speed was not as precious as making rapid breakthroughs in cultivation. Increasing one's strength by tens or hundreds of times seemed very powerful. If the opponent's talent allowed him to break through several levels in a short period of time, then this increase would not have any advantage. After all, breaking through 1 or 2 levels could increase one's strength by more than 100 times. Cultivation was the real key. The ranking was basically based on talent. The divine dragon bloodline and phoenix bloodline did not have much of an enhancement in this aspect. They only enhanced speed and strength, which was why they were ranked lower. For Tianyan, this was very useful. One could increase speed, the other could increase strength. When they were combined, it could reach a very perfect state. Boom! Thunder God did not stop attacking. He flicked his hands, and another 2 lightning bolts shot out from his hands, piercing towards Yi Futian. The power did not change, but even so, it was enough to make Yi Tianyan suffer. Yi Tianyan's figure flashed, and he used his fastest speed to dodge Thunder God's attack. After finding a place to dodge, he easily dodged the attack. This time, he was unharmed. This was the credit of speed. If it was any other Earth monarch, they would have turned into charcoal. After dodging, he quickly widened the distance and did not go close to Thunder God to fight. He only needed to stall for time. He did not need to kill Thunder God. No matter what, Thunder God was a level 7 God monarch. Even if he relied on crazy damage, he would not be able to defeat Thunder God. The gap was too big. How was he going to fight? Therefore, he only needed to dodge. He did not need to care about anything else. If I attack like this, transcending the tribulation won't be a problem. Yi Tianyan was very confident. After improving his phoenix bloodline, his speed was very shocking. Fortunately, he improved, or else it would be troublesome. When he thought that everything would be so easy, he looked up and found that Thunder God had disappeared. Such a gigantic Thunder God had disappeared without a trace, just like that. Swish! He felt a sense of impending death coming from behind him. Death was actually so close. Puchi! A bolt of lightning penetrated his body. He did not even have the chance to teleport to escape. The thick bolt of lightning penetrated his body and nailed him in the void. There was nothing in the void, but this extremely sharp bolt of lightning was able to nail him in the void. The thick lightning continued to burn his body. Whatever dragon god bloodline armor, it was completely useless. These thick dragon scales were like paper paste. One poke, and they would break. Yi Tianyan instantly felt his mind go blank. The feeling of death quickly spread throughout his body. I can't die yet. He thought of his family in the 3 realms, his children, and Shuiyun. His gaze, which was originally a little dispirited, instantly became focused. Blaze. Flames shot out from the wound and melted the thick lightning. Following that, his whole body was enveloped in flames. The Phoenix bloodline's rebirth from the ashes had been activated. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in flames. In the next moment, his body had already healed rapidly. There was nothing wrong with his body. In fact, his condition was even better than before. His entire condition had been greatly improved. The speed had reached the effect of 400 times. This was the temporary increase in speed after being reborn from the ashes. Chapter 1252. As expected, it's hard to make up for the difference in cultivation level. I can only close the gap slightly. Yi Tianyan's heart sank. 300 times sounded terrifying. In reality, it was indeed terrifying, but that was when the difference in cultivation level wasn't that big. If the difference was too big, it would be useless and he would be crushed. For example, if his speed was 5 points, 300 times would be 1,500 points. But he was a god, lord, level 7 cultivator. His speed was 2,000 to 3,000 points. How could he be faster than his opponent? But now, he could only close the gap so that he wouldn't be killed instantly. However, he was still instantly killed. He could be considered to have died once. The effect of rising from the ashes disappeared. The cooldown time was quite long. Even if it could be cooled down, it would consume a lot of cooling godstones. When Thunder God saw that he was not dead, he quickly sprinted over, brandishing the lightning in his hand to stab down. It didn't have any fancy moves. It just charged over and stabbed down. It was that simple. But it was that simple yet incomparably terrifying. It displayed speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness to the fullest. Just these simple moves were enough to kill him. He thought that Thunder God wouldn't do anything and just attack from afar. Who would have thought that it would just charge over and attack? It meant that he had to survive a God, Lord, level 7 super expert. It's only 85% now. There's still 15% to go. Eteonian narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he still had a long way to go. The difficulty of dodging an attack from a God, Lord, level 7 expert was terrifying. In terms of escaping, there was no way he could escape. His opponent's speed was a notch faster than his. Even with the buff from rising from the ashes, he was still a notch behind. Swoosh! Thunder God turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him again. Eteonian didn't dodge this time. His eyes burst with dazzling light. Crazy damage mode, activate. Twin Planets Force, activate. Sky Tremor Divine Art, activate. He activated all his abilities. As long as it could be stacked on his body, he activated it. His combat power increased exponentially. 5 million star power, 6 million star power, 10 million star power, 20 million star power points, 30 million star power points, 56 million points of star power. After all of them were stacked together, it exploded to 56 million points of star power. This was not only the stacking of the bloodline, but also the power of the weapon. The starry divine spear in his hand emitted an extremely dazzling light. He threw it out violently, drawing a dazzling moon in the void sky. Boom! The ferocious attack smashed down fiercely, colliding with the pouncing Thunder God. The strongest attack was the best defense. He no longer continued to run, but directly attacked fiercely. When the two extreme powers collided, Eteonian was blown away by the violent power. Countless lightning bolts flowed along the starry divine spear and charred his arm black. A smell of charcoal floated in the air. Such powerful strength. Eteonian's heart skipped a beat. The power was too strong. It even contained the violent power of lightning. If he were to fight it head-on, he would be the first to be burnt. The appraisal I continued to analyze. At the moment, Thunder God's combat power had soared to over 70 million points of star power. With his 56 million points of star power, it was impossible for him to fight it head-on. Swoosh! The Thunder God's pale blue figure in the air distorted once more. He held the lightning in his hand and continued to stab forward. As long as Eteonian was alive, it would not stop. Again, Eteonian shouted. The starry divine spear in his hand suddenly flashed, and the divine inscriptions on it were activated one by one. Strength seal, activate. Speed seal, activate. Damage seal, activate. Ice seal, activate. He activated the 4 divine seals one by one. The divine seals on the pitch-black starry divine spear shone brightly. The divine spear was no longer as simple as before. It was a real starry divine spear. Spots of starlight gathered on it, as if he was holding a galaxy in his hand. Vastness of stars, galaxy snowfall. Apart from activating the power of the divine seal, he also activated the divine art given to him by the vast heavenly Lord. This time, he was truly at his best. His combat power soared again under the superposition. 60 million points of star power, 63 million points of star power, 68 million points of star power, 73 million points of star power, 10 million points of star power, filled the gap between the two of them. But at the same time, Blood was spurting out of his body. He had overdrawn his body. Even though his dragon god bloodline was at the maximum level, it was still a bit too much. If it weren't for his dragon god bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. Even the heavens can't stop me, Eteonion roared and swung the star divine spear in his hand. Countless galaxy lights swept out and collided with the thunder god. Boom, boom, boom. The violent shock waves of the explosion spread in all directions. The rocks and planets that came into contact with the shock waves were annihilated. The power of the collision was too terrifying. It was comparable to a battle between divine lords. Moreover, this thunder god was stronger than an ordinary god, monarch, level 7 god monarch. Then a figure was sent flying. It wasn't thunder god, but Eteonion. The dragon scales on his body were blown away. There wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that wasn't damaged. Fortunately, he had a strong defense. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the surface of his body that was blown away, but his entire body. Now, he relied on the two bloodlines to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, Thor's body had a huge hole blasted open under his violent power. But it was meaningless. Soon, the hole was filled by the power of thunder and lightning. The injured body was restored to its original state without a trace. Thunder God wasn't a living being. It was an energy body formed by the power of thunder and lightning. No matter what kind of attack it was, as long as it was in this world, it could recover quickly. At the end of the day, it was basically impossible for him to kill the thunder god during this period of time. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed. If it was destroyed, another one would be formed. There were two ways to end this completely. The first was to wait for the other party to disappear. The second was to destroy this tribulation cloud. Chapter 12:53. Under the eruption of all its power, Thunder God was only missing a small hole, which was quickly healed. It was much faster than Eteonion's recovery. Of course, their bodies were not on the same level. The Thunder God was an energy body, while Eteonion was a physical body. Naturally, his recovery would not be as fast. But compared to the others, it was much faster. With the help of the double bloodline, not only did the bleeding stop, but his flesh was also recovering. It would take some time for him to fully recover. He's too strong. Even with all my power, I can barely fight him to a draw. Eteonion held the starry divine spear in his hand. The light of the divine seal kept flashing on it. He was ready to fight again. He had no choice but to give it his all. Kaboom! The thunder god cut through the void and continued to strike. As long as it was not over, everything would continue. Good again. Eteonion's eyes were filled with determination. He swung the starry divine spear in his hand. The entire starry divine spear gave off a dazzling light. It was not inferior to the sacred lightning that kept falling from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided again. The space first collapsed, and then was annihilated. In the end, Eteonion was bounced back. There was another big hole in the thunder god. Huff, huff, huff. Eteonion quickly stuffed a handful of medicinal pills into his mouth to replenish his energy, and at the same time, his body is also constantly recovering. If the recovery was too slow, he would replace the longevity suit to speed it up. At this time, he noticed that the bigger the wound, the longer it would take for the thunder god to recover. Only when the thunder god was fully recovered would it move to attack. That meant he would have a chance to catch his breath. It seems that the greater the damage, the more time the thunder god will have to recover before it can attack. Eteonion's eyes lit up. If the thunder god kept attacking, he would definitely go crazy. But it was different now. As long as the damage was enough, the Thunder God's attack would slow down and he could buy some time. At this time, it was better to slow down. A little slower would be enough for him to rest for a while. However, if this went on, it would still be a little difficult for him to endure. It would be great if he could recover faster. Right now, he didn't need a particularly strong attack power. What he needed was a stronger recovery ability, an even stronger healing ability. That's right, I'll draw the longevity set. Now, all he needed to do was fill up the longevity equipment set, and he would be able to increase the healing effect by a lot. He didn't waste any time and immediately activated the lottery roulette. The huge lottery roulette started spinning in the air. At the same time, he activated his lucky aura and chanted in his heart, "Quick, quick, quick, give me the longevity equipment set." Right now, his longevity equipment set only had the necklace and the ring, but they already provided him with tens of times the healing power. If he could get a complete set, he would definitely be able to fly. Especially now that Thor was still recovering, he had the time to draw a prize. Soon, the wheel stopped and the needle pointed at the accessory column, which meant that he had won an accessory. Very good. Yi Qianyun's eyes lit up, and immediately a jade box fell from the sky. After opening it, what appeared in front of him was the longevity bracelet. Longevity bracelet increases healing power by 80 times. At the same time, increases wood element attack power by 20 times. That's great. Yi Qianyan was overjoyed. He really got it. With so many character points and super aura, how could it be bad? He prayed that he would be able to get it. Again, Yi Qianyan continued to draw. He can also wear the longevity ring, which is the best way to get a complete set. But this time he used crazy point to draw, not the number of times given away. After the lottery roulette started spinning, it finally stopped at the accessory column. Dong. He quickly opened the jade box, and sure enough, as he expected, it was a longevity ring. The effect of the longevity ring is good, but it's not as good as the necklace and bracelet. Of course, he doesn't care about these details, as long as he can get the invincible healing effect. Ding! Successfully collected longevity equipment set. The effect of the set is: increases healing power by 200 times, increases wood element attack power by 50 times. At the same time, there is a special skill, Wood God's Armor. Consumes 1 compressed crazy point to increase healing power by 200 times for 10 minutes. At the same time, you get Wood God's Defense effect, increasing defense by 500 times. Replace. After Yi Qianyan put on the longevity equipment set, he immediately felt that his whole body is full of vitality. His recovery ability is already scary enough, but with the addition of the longevity equipment set, his speed is even more amazing. In the blink of an eye, the original wounds on his body were filled up, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, he quickly recovered and finally became a smooth skin. As long as it's not a heaven-defying attack, he is simply immortal. With super recovery ability, he is an invincible meat shield. He can withstand all the attacks and quickly recover. Kaboom! At this time, Thunder God has recovered and continued to attack. Good. Yi Qianyan laughed. This time with the longevity equipment set, the healing effect is amazing, but what surprised him more is the special skill. Activate Wood God's Armor. Buzz. The longevity equipment set began to bloom with green light, and soon his whole body was covered with a thin layer of wood armor. It looks very thin, but the effect is amazing. In addition to the more terrifying healing ability, there is also a more terrifying 500 times stacking of defense, suddenly making him full of confidence. Boom! The two collided again. This time, Yi Qianyan was still sent flying, but his body is in a much better condition. His body is only slightly damaged, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, there is a big hole on Thunder God's side, and it needs to slowly recover. Damn it, it's my turn to attack now. While Thunder God is still recovering, Tianyan immediately rushed over to fight it head-on. When he rushed over, Thunder God suddenly grabbed a bolt of divine lightning and threw it in his direction. Tianyan quickly swung the Starlight Divine Spear, and with a boom, he was sent flying. Thunder God's situation is even worse, a big hole appearing on its body. It seems that if I attack in close range, it will still fight back. Tianyan frowned, but he did not stop. Instead, he laughed and said, "See, if I don't beat you up this time, I will beat you until you come back to life." This time, he is full of confidence. It seems that the longevity equipment set is more effective than the ancient equipment set. The damage is incomparable, but the defense is much more shocking. Chapter 1254. After Tianyan put on the longevity suit, he didn't feel too much pressure when dealing with the Thunder God. He just kept on crushing and attacking it. The Thunder God's attacks were very crazy. Tianyan would be injured after being attacked. However, this kind of injury was not a problem for him at all. He kept on recovering. He definitely felt pain, but after cultivating for so many years, he was not afraid of pain at all. He wasn't even afraid of death, so why would he be afraid of this little bit of pain? Therefore, Tianyan kept on waving the starry divine spear and stabbing it. He slapped it again and again, poking the Thunder God until there was only a small piece of energy left. It was just a little bit away from exploding. "Explode!" Tianyan shouted and stabbed it down fiercely. He accurately stabbed the small piece of energy. Then, with a bang, the energy dispersed, turning into countless spots of light that scattered in all directions. Looking at the countless spots of light, Tianyan let out a breath. He had finally poked this guy until he exploded. However, the next moment, the divine lightning in the void intertwined and formed a huge Thunder God again. This situation was not out of Tianyan's expectations. It was originally an energy body. As long as the heavenly tribulation liked it, it could create as many as it wanted. There was no pressure at all. Didn't this mean that Tianyan's attack was for nothing? After the Thunder God reformed, it didn't attack immediately. Instead, it stared at him and maintained its original state. Then it waved its hand, and the divine lightning in the void quickly disappeared. Then it also disappeared, turning into countless spots of light that surged over. Tianyan was shocked. Before he could dodge the spots of light, they had already enveloped him. The speed was too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't dodge at all. Even if he increased his speed by 1,000 times, he still felt that he wouldn't be able to dodge the spots of light. Then, the lightning quickly entered his body and formed a small core in his body. It was the Thunder Core. Thunder Core. When Tianyan saw the small core in his body, his heart trembled. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain a Thunder Core. At present, he had not completely passed the tribulation, but he had already received such a special reward. He didn't need to absorb it at all to obtain a lightning core. Although it looked very small, it could be slowly nurtured. When the time came, it would become an even bigger lightning core. An additional lightning core was enough to greatly increase his strength. More importantly, the tribulation transcendence had yet to end, and they were already giving out rewards. Could it be that killing this Thunder God will give me an additional reward? He looked up. There was no more divine thunder around him. Even the God of Thunder was gone. The tribulation cloud in the sky surged and did not disperse immediately. However, he no longer felt that sense of crisis from before. Everything had returned to its previous calm. Upgrade progress, 91%. Upgrade progress, 100%. All of a sudden, it jumped from 91% to 100% in one go. Then, a pleasant voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to the first level of Lord of Heaven. He was ecstatic to finally enter the ranks of the Lord of Heaven. It seemed that if he killed this thunder god, he would also be able to pass the heavenly tribulation. From the original 91% progress, he had jumped to the maximum. This was like defeating the heavenly tribulation. Even the thunder god was defeated. How could it not be judged as passing the heavenly tribulation? If he had defeated it earlier, there would have been the same effect. However, it was still too difficult to defeat it at that time. If he had chosen to waste time, he would definitely not have received the reward of the Thunder Core. Rumble! The 10 layers of tribulation cloud began to roll, turning into a pile of energy that surged towards Yi Tianyun. After entering his body, it frantically nourished his body, causing his original injuries to completely recover in an instant. At the same time, it continuously nourished his body. This was the real reward. It continuously strengthened his physique and expanded his inner world, making it bigger and bigger, so that it could accommodate more star power. At the same time, when the 10 layers of tribulation cloud gradually disappeared, all the celestial realms were filled with emotions. Did he pass the heavenly tribulation? Yes, this is a sign of passing the heavenly tribulation. The energy that exploded just now, I feel that it was at least at the divine sovereign level. How is it possible for an earth lord to pass the divine sovereign level heavenly tribulation? That's right. This is not possible. Moreover, there is a saying that it is a 10 refinements earth lord. I have never heard of it. This is really unbelievable. They all felt that it was unbelievable. The 10 refinements earth lord was just 1 point, and the power of the heavenly tribulation was comparable to the effect of a divine sovereign. They were all stunned that it could be passed. This situation could be said to have alarmed most of the celestial realms. Moreover, it was a grade 2 celestial realm, which covered a very wide area. It made them speculate who could have such a terrifying force, and more importantly, it was a 10 refinements earth lord. In this world, there was a 10 refinements earth lord level. This was already beyond their common sense. Their deep-rooted common sense was that there was no such thing as a 10 refinements earth lord level. According to common sense, having 10 layers of tribulation cloud was equivalent to passing the 10 refinements earth lord level heavenly tribulation. But they still did not dare to believe it. They had to see it with their own eyes to truly believe that there was a 10 refinements earth lord level. However, there were still some people who believed that there really was a 10 refinements earth lord level. Otherwise, how could they explain the 10 layers of tribulation cloud? The originally tranquil divine domain exploded in an instant. Like boiling water, it began to surge and boil as everyone discussed fervently. Some were even constantly searching for who had reached this level. Hurry and find me this person. If he is willing to join our 3rd grade god realm, I guarantee that he will become an elder. When a 3rd grade god, realm lord, felt the terrifying power, he immediately ordered his subordinates to find Yi Tianyun. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No matter what method you use, bring him here. If there really is a 10 refinements earth lord level, then it will be incredible. I have never heard of such a person. No matter what, bring him here. The 2nd grade god, realm lord, roared angrily at his subordinates, signaling them to immediately send out everyone. 10 refinements earth lord, does such a thing exist? No matter what, this is a cultivator. Hurry and investigate. See who it is, capture him, and study him properly to see what ability he has. At the same time, the evil spirit race's elders also sent a portion of their clansmen to search. Even though the evil spirit god realm was in chaos, this matter was still very important. 10 refinements Earth Lord was a legendary realm that was impossible to reach. Every single one of the God Realm's region masters had their eyes on this point. Whether or not they could rope him in was not the main point. The main point was whether or not they could obtain the method to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Lord level. The 9 refinements Earth Lord was already incomparably heaven-defying. What about the 10 refinements Earth Lord level? What level would it reach? Chapter 12:55. I've finally passed. I've broken through to the Lord of Heaven. Etinion's eyes lit up. He had finally stepped into the ranks of the Lord of Heaven, which meant that he would be able to unleash even more terrifying power. More importantly, it could be exchanged for even more good items, possessing the strength to kill everything in an instant. Even if a divine lord were to come, I would be able to kill him instantly. Etinion felt that the power in his body had greatly increased. It was truly a qualitative leap. He was much stronger than before. The two of them were not on the same level. He was not very clear about the situation in the outside world. After he successfully transcended the tribulation, he had already found a hidden place to hide. Even if someone came to look for it, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. After he successfully transcended the tribulation, he naturally needed to find a place to stabilize his cultivation and check on his current situation. Now, after the inspection, he felt that the situation was quite wonderful, exceeding his expectations. Level up. Continue leveling up. Etinion didn't stop. Instead, he fiercely allocated a bunch of experience points to level up. He had obtained a lot of experience from killing so many evil spirit races. Piles of experience points accumulated, but none of them could be used. He had enough experience, but he wasn't sure if he could break through, so he could only suppress his experience. As a result, he had accumulated a lot of experience points. Now, he could fiercely level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Etinion for successfully breaking through the second level of the Lord of Heaven. Level up again. Ding! Congratulations to player Etinion for successfully breaking through the third level of the Lord of Heaven. After breaking through 2 levels in a row, his experience was basically used up. This made him feel incomparably comfortable. It was not like before, when he was fiercely stuck and unable to level up easily. After breaking through to the Lord of Heaven, there would be no more heavenly tribulations to speak of. The next heavenly tribulation would be when the Lord of Heaven broke through to become a god monarch. Only then would there be a terrifying heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the earthly monarch level would continue on to the later stages of cultivation. The more terrifying an earth monarch was in the early stages, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulations they would experience when they broke through to the next realm. Of course, if he passed the test, he would receive heaven-defying benefits. Danger and benefits were directly proportional. The more dangerous it was, the more amazing the benefits. At present, he didn't need to worry about this kind of thing for the time being. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the Divine Lord stage. Unless he ruthlessly slaughtered the evil spirit race and killed a group of heaven monarchs or divine monarchs, his cultivation would increase crazily. After this hurdle, the subsequent breakthroughs will be much easier. I won't feel so stifled. Etinion heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking back to how he was suppressed by a divine lord's aura, he felt displeased. He couldn't wait to break through several layers of his cultivation so that he could use his crazy damage mode to crush them. However, the heavenly tribulation he needed to break through was too terrifying, so he could only delay it. If he could break through at will, he would have tortured the divine monarch long ago. After the breakthrough, he began to reorganize. He kept what he needed and sold what he didn't need or put them away. When he returned to the three realms next time, he would leave these things for the cultivators of the three realms. In addition, the real key was the sin maul. When he broke through to the level of Lord of Heaven, the items in the sin maul were immediately refreshed. In addition to the two major sets, there was also a new set. Evil Heavenly Lord set requires the cultivation of a heavenly monarch to equip it. Once equipped, the wearer can transform into the evil Heavenly Lord at any time. All strength will be increased by 800 times. Defense will be increased by 500 times. Speed will be increased by 100 times. When entering the evil Lord of Heaven mode, all attacks become long-range attacks. You can attack anything in the line of sight with burning and explosion effects. Absolute critical hit effect, double critical hit damage, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. The price is 100 compressed sin point. Godly Sword Supreme set requires the cultivation of a Lord of Heaven to equip it. The user can transform into a Godly Sword Supreme and control all the middle-grade reincarnation grade swords within the user's line of sight. The user can control up to 100,000 swords. At the same time, you can transform into a killing formation and crush all enemies in the encirclement, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. The price is 100 compressed sin point. Voodoo Wood Divine set requires Lord of Heaven cultivation to equip. You can transform into Voodoo Wood Divine set. After transforming into Voodoo Wood Divine set, your own healing ability increased by 500 times, defense increased by 1,000 times, invincibility skill, absolute defense against Divine Monarch level attacks for 5 minutes, cooldown time is 2 hours. At the same time, you can heal everyone in the line of sight. The effect varies according to cultivation, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. The price is 100 compressed sin point. The attributes of the 3 brand new sets all had their own strengths and were extremely shocking. The first 2 sets are actually enhanced versions, which is not unexpected, but the third set is simply invincible. Especially in a team battle, it can play the effect of healing everyone. It has super healing ability and absolute defense. The effect of this upgrade is to increase the range to the line of sight. This range of sight is completely based on the level of the user's cultivation, and it can continue to increase. For example, his current vision is extremely terrifying. He can see a distance of millions of miles, even tens of millions of miles. In this range, he can heal or attack. The distance is much larger than before, and it is determined by the level of cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the farther the distance can be seen. Of course, if it can be turned into the range of spiritual sense exploration, it will be truly heaven-defying. For example, a wall is difficult to see through at a glance, but spiritual sense can easily penetrate it, and then he can attack from a longer distance. But this is already very heaven-defying. Maybe it can be improved in the future. The consumption is a bit too much. All of them are compressed crazy point. A little more consumption is more expensive than the price of purchase. Onion felt helpless. The consumption is far more expensive than the price of purchase, so he really doesn't dare to use it casually, otherwise he really can't afford it. If it wasn't for the improvement of cultivation and killing a little more enemies, he really can't afford it. However, the more powerful the set, the more terrifying the consumption. This is a matter of course Onion can still understand. With these sets, even if I face Divine Monarch, I can crush them. Onion's eyes lit up, especially the Divine Sword Supreme set. If he kills in the evil spirit race Divine Realm, then he will absolutely kill. He had already decided to fiercely face the evil spirit race. He would first completely exterminate the evil spirit race from the ordinary realm, after completing the main quest. Then he will enter the evil spirit race Divine Realm and overthrow the evil spirit race one by one. Chapter 1256. After preparing, Onion returned in satisfaction. he still had to meet up with the divine spirit race. When the patriarch wakes up, he will see what Patriarch G has to say. I hope the divine spirit race can join the three realms. At that time, they will definitely be able to greatly increase their overall strength. Tianyan was only thinking about it. Whether or not he could convince the divine spirit race to join would depend on what Patriarch G had to say. If not, then there was no other way. It was already very good that Yi Qingxian and the others could awaken their power. Soon, he returned to the planet where the divine spirit race was hiding. Just as he arrived, he heard an explosion in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Tianyan looked up and saw two divine lords of the evil spirit race attacking the planet fiercely. The explosion caused the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. A large part of the surface had already been destroyed, but the palace inside was still as sturdy as ever. However, after a fierce attack, no matter how impregnable it was, cracks would gradually appear. After all, this was a fierce attack from two divine lords. The palace had a limit to how much it could withstand. In addition, there were many evil spirit race in the surroundings, surrounding the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The rest of the evil spirit race's cultivation was lower, but they all had the cultivation of Earth Lord and Lord of Heaven. They all belonged to the same army, and their battle strength was astonishing. In the third grade God realm, they were considered a very good team. Now, they were gathered around the planet, watching everything with sharp eyes to see if there were any divine spirit race that had escaped. Damn it, after searching for so long, I don't know where they are hiding. Maybe they are still hiding inside. It's possible. The divine spirit race knows how to hide very well. I could still feel some aura just now. It's very likely that they have returned or are hiding inside. The two divine lords of the evil spirit race did not find any traces of the divine spirit race, so they could only return here to vent their anger. They were very sensitive to the aura of the divine spirit race. It was obvious that because the divine spirit race had come out before, they left behind some aura here, allowing the evil spirit race to capture them. After searching for a while, they still did not see any problems. They could only see if they could force the divine spirit race out by bombarding the planet. At the same time, the divine spirit race on the planet all had solemn expressions. This time, he was in danger, and it was a life and death crisis. Elder Jiyu, what should we do? They actually came back. Ji Shualian and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that they would come back? They had originally thought that they would not come back, but who would have thought that they would really come back? This kind of evil spirit race was a little stupid, but it just so happened that they were stupid enough to meet the right person. Elder Gu and Elder Gu had yet to recover, and the other elders were nowhere to be found. Clan Leader G had yet to wake up. There were two divine lords outside, and many evil spirit races. If they were to rush out rashly, they would definitely be defeated. Their foundation wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong enough to be of any use at the moment. Powerful weapons, at the very least, required a powerful cultivation base to be able to truly erupt. They were not in good condition and had yet to recover. If they fought recklessly, they would only lose. It's probably because someone's aura was left outside when we went out to check on the situation, and we didn't get rid of it. Elder Gu and the others had grim expressions. It was just a small detail that caused them to be in danger. It's me, one of the divine spirit race members, knelt on the ground and cried, "It's all my fault. I forgot to remove the aura, causing the race to fall into danger." The group of divine spirit race members turned to look. It was just a young divine spirit race member who had done things very carelessly. They had not expected the evil spirit race to discover them. They sighed deeply. What could they do now? There was no point in blaming him. The matter was already settled, and there was no point in punishing him. The key was how to make up for it now. Should they keep hiding or go out and fight? This made it difficult for them to make up for it. Should they keep hiding or go out and fight? Looks like we can only go out and fight, Elder Gu said in a deep voice. If we continue to attack like this, we won't be able to hold on here. At that time, we will definitely be wiped out. They were not invincible. This place was extremely sturdy, and no matter how sturdy it was, they would not be able to last forever. Moreover, based on the current situation, they would only be able to last for a few days or a week at most before they completely fell. There was no difference between a few more days and a few less days. All right, it's decided. Elder Gu nodded in agreement. Now that things have come to this, we can only go out and fight. When the time comes, we will forcefully carve out a path, split up, and escape in a few groups. Do not gather together. The future of the divine spirit race depends on you. Elder, their eyes were bloodshot. Once they rushed out, the two great elders would most likely be doomed. Don't be sad. As long as you are still alive, there is hope. After we escape, if we can find little brother Tianyan, then escape with him. Although the patriarch has not woken up, I hope that you can leave with little brother Tianyan. I would rather join his faction and hide than join any other faction. They had already decided to join Yi Tianyun's side. This would be much safer. So many of their clansmen had been saved. Following Yi Tianyun would definitely be safer. That's right, there's also young Master Tianyan. If he comes back, he might be able to save us. Ji Shuilian suddenly thought of Yi Tianyun's abilities. He might be able to sneak in and save them. There are two divine lords outside. Do you think it's possible to break in easily, even with that puppet? It seems like they won't stop. Moreover, this is the evil spirit race's army. Those who are not part of the army will definitely not be able to interfere. Elder Ji, you shook her head. They all knew the rules of the evil spirit race. With Yi Tianyun's identity as an evil spirit puppet, even the Divine Sun could not interfere with their actions. Moreover, there were two great generals here, and the Divine Sun's status was even more incomparable. The priority was on the general. All of a sudden, they all fell silent. It seemed like they could only fight head-on. While they were thinking, Yi Tianyun had already flown over from the side and floated into the line of sight of the many evil spirit races. As if he was taking a stroll in the air, he slowly walked over. Human, when they noticed a figure silently appear beside them, they were immediately shocked. They didn't feel anything at all, including the two generals. They didn't feel anything at all. What are you doing? Do you need help? Yi Tianyun grinned, looking so harmless. Chapter 1257. Yi Tianyun's sudden attack gave them all a fright. Two of the Divine Lord Evil Spirit race were so frightened that they stopped their attacks and looked at him coldly, their eyes filled with vigilance. Although they did not pay attention to their surroundings, they would at least pay attention to their surroundings. Who would have thought that a person would come in so coldly, giving them a huge fright? This meant that the other party either had an extremely good concealment ability or was terrifyingly heaven-defying, surpassing their cultivation. However, when they took a closer look at Yi Tianyun and felt that the great aura was only that of a Lord of Heaven, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then he sneered, "A human actually dares to trespass into our territory. Kill him for me." This evil spirit race general could not be bothered to waste words with Yi Tianyun, and immediately signaled his subordinates to cut Yi Tianyun into 8 pieces. From their point of view, Yi Tianyun only had the cultivation of a Lord of Heaven, so it would be a waste of time to let his subordinates deal with him. Yes, sir. Immediately after, the surrounding evil spirit race quickly pounced towards Yi Tianyun. 3 Lord of Heaven-s rushed over at once, and each of the Lord of Heaven-s cultivation was at the 6th or 7th level. In their opinion, dealing with Eteonion was more than enough. After giving the order, they continued to want to destroy the planet, and could not be bothered with Eteonion at all. Who would have thought that just as they were about to continue destroying, a cold light would flash from the side. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bloody mists would explode in the air. When they pulled their gazes back, they discovered that the 3 Lord of Heaven had already turned into a ball of bloody mist at some point in time. They could not be any more dead. Do you need my help? Eteonion still had a faint smile on his face, and he was still in the void, no different from before. The pupils of the 2 evil spirit race generals shrank. To be able to silently kill all the enemies in front of them meant that Eteonion's strength was already above theirs. However, they could sense that Eteonion only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. Could he be hiding his cultivation? Human, what are you trying to do? One of the evil spirit divine generals glared at him. This is our evil spirit race's territory. Don't you dare act presumptuously here. Even so, they would not choose to lower their heads and fear. As existences who had led their subordinates to conquer the world, they were naturally fearless. Even if they were to die, they would not be afraid. It was impossible for them to lower their heads to a human. Even if they had to die, they would never choose to lower their heads. I'm just asking if you need help. I don't mean anything else. Eteonion smilingly took out his starlight divine spear and threw it at the evil spirit divine general. A silver river streaked across the sky. The speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. The 2 divine generals were horrified and hurriedly raised their weapons to block. But everything happened too fast, so fast that they couldn't see it. Pucci, the starry divine spear, pierced through the body of an evil spirit divine general. The instant the evil spirit divine general felt a stabbing pain and wanted to say something, the starry divine spear suddenly rotated rapidly. Under this rapid rotation, the hard body directly exploded. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit divine general, 4th level divine monarch. Reward: 120 compressed EXP, 37 compressed crazy point, 50 SPs. Evil spirit divine general, 4th level god monarch. Evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone. Evil spirit divine sword, low grade, heavenly Tao grade. Evil spirit armor, low grade, heavenly Tao grade. A lot of things dropped. The benefits of killing the divine monarch expert is not bad. All of them are heavenly Tao grade treasures. The key is that it was easy to kill the evil spirit race. It was like eating and drinking water. This is the benefit of improving one's cultivation. After improving in all aspects, killing evil spirit race is like drinking water. Especially the Phoenix Bloodline's effect of bursting hundreds of times the speed, on the basis of the original Lord of Heaven, bursting hundreds of times the speed. One can imagine how terrifying the speed is. But the effect will rapidly decrease as one's cultivation increases. The Phoenix Bloodline is not invincible. It can't really maintain hundreds of times the speed. If it really can, then it is absolutely heaven-defying. For example, the Dragon God Bloodline can provide 100 times the power. At the Earth Monarch level, it can still be used, but when one reaches the level of Lord of Heaven, it will drop to 20 times or even 10 times. This is the power of the bloodline. When one can't keep up with the cultivation, the power will naturally be reduced. Even so, the power is still strong. At least it can be increased by several times. This power, you are not the Lord of Heaven. When the evil spirit divine general saw his companion killed, his heart suddenly sank. He knew that he can't deal with Eteonion. Is it important whether I am the Lord of Heaven or not? Eteonion looked at them with a smile and said, I am simply here to help you. No other intentions. Then help me destroy the planets. I will give you a reward." The evil spirit divine general said solemnly. Not helping. Eteonion smiled. "Didn't you say that you will help us? Why won't you?" The evil spirit divine general was furious. He actually went back on his words. "I said that I will help you, not to help you do things, but to help you go to hell. Understand?" Eteonion grinned again. To them, he is so terrifying, even more demonic than them. Don't be reckless. We are from the evil spirit race. Even if your cultivation is powerful, once our domain lord finds out, your human race will be exterminated. The evil spirit divine general immediately started threatening. Even facing such a powerful enemy, he is still not willing to compromise. Exterminated. Eteonion still maintained his smile. "Don't worry. Even if my race is exterminated, I will kill as many of you as I can. It is better than being enslaved by you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a silver river and swept over. The evil spirit divine general shouted, quickly waving the long sword in his hand. A dozen arms grew out from his back, waving all sorts of weapons. Looking over, the soaring black gas was like a demon god. But no matter how strong a demon god is in front of Eteonion, it is like a piece of paper. A silver river swept over, completely illuminating the darkness, turning it into nothingness. This time, Eteonion did not stop, continuing to sweep in all directions. The long silver river swept in all directions. The groups of evil spirit race did not even have the chance to scream. They were completely purified by this silver river, turning into cosmic dust. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit divine general god monarch level 5. Obtained. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit divine general lord of heaven level 7. Obtained. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit divine general lord of heaven level 5. Obtained. This silver river is like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting all the evil spirit race. No one can escape. Chapter 1258. Under Eteonion's tyrannical sweep, all the evil spirit race S here were quickly killed by him, turning into nothingness. Not even a speck of them remained. Of course, he still took all their belongings, especially the storage rings of the Divine Lord and the Lord of Heaven. There would definitely be a lot of good things inside. The evil spirit race was more selfish, so they would have a lot of things in their storage rings and would not choose to give them away. They would rather keep them in their storage rings and rot than give them away. Because of this, when Eteonion opened the storage ring, he was shocked by the things inside. That ring belonged to the Lord of Heaven, but he discovered that even the things that could be used by the Star Lord were still inside. The evil spirit race had always kept these things, unwilling to give them away or sell them even if they died. It was fine if they didn't sell them, but they could at least give them to their companions, right? However, they wouldn't give them away at all. Instead, they kept them by their side and didn't want to give them to others no matter what. He had stayed in the evil spirit divine realm for a period of time, so he understood this very well. It was extremely selfish. Even if those elders said that they would take care of them, it was based on the fact that they could serve the evil spirit divine realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't give them anything. They were simply stingy to the extreme, especially those elders. All sorts of treasures were piled up into mountains, but they were unwilling to let go of any of them. I've harvested quite a few treasures again. Eteonion was very satisfied with this. If these evil spirit race S were a little more selfish, it would actually increase his wealth a little more. If it was some more magnanimous expert, the things in their storage rings would definitely be pitifully few. But now, the evil spirit race was very generous, which made him very satisfied. Evil spirit race, come and die. At this time, Elder GU and the others brought a group of people and charged out of the planet. Everyone's aura erupted to the limit, and they even took all sorts of strengthening pills. They charged out of the planet in one breath and set up a battle formation at the same time, ready to fight the evil spirit race, who knew that after they charged out, they would see Eteonyun flying outside. The group of people were dumbfounded as they looked at Eteonyun in a daze. Following that, they looked at each other, and the same thought appeared in their minds. Where was the evil spirit race? They had finally made up their minds to kill their way out and fight to the death with the evil spirit race. After killing their way out, everything was ready. Who knew that after coming out, everything would be empty. However, they could all feel the aura of battle from their surroundings, as well as the aura of the evil spirit race. They could even smell the disgusting stench of blood from the evil spirit race. Where are those evil spirit races? Ji Shuelian looked at Eteonyun in shock and said, "What do you think? I helped them go to hell just now. Before you guys came out, it was already over." Eteonyun shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. "It's a pity that you're late. Otherwise, I could have left some for you to play with." When these words came out, all of them were dumbfounded. Although they had already expected this, they were still deeply shocked. After all, Eteonyun was the only one left here. It was impossible for the evil spirit race to retreat. Unless they blew up the planet, they wouldn't choose to retreat. Now that there was not a single person to be seen, there was naturally only one possibility, and that was that they had all been killed by Eteonyun. Now that it was confirmed, they couldn't help but be shocked. Even the evil spirit divine general had been killed. How could Eteonyun's cultivation breakthrough be so shocking? However, they could feel that Eteonyun's cultivation was only at the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. He had indeed broken through from the Earth Lord to the Lord of Heaven. But how did he kill a divine Lord? This is impossible, right? They have divine Lord experts. How can they be killed like this? Elder G, you still found it hard to believe. After all, this was too exaggerated. These are all their storage rings. Eteonyun stretched out his hand, and their storage rings appeared in his hand, proving that they were his spoils of war. The divine spirit race naturally wouldn't snatch Eteonyun's spoils of war. Their wealth was slightly worse than before, but it definitely wasn't too bad. Thus, they didn't care about Eteonyun's spoils of war. It's really... They looked at each other and saw some horror in each other's eyes. How did you do it? They have divine Lord experts. Isn't it too exaggerated to fight someone of a higher cultivation level? They still couldn't believe it, and didn't believe that Eteonyun had attacked head-on. It might have been a sneak attack. 1 or 2 shots, and they were dead. It's that simple. Eteonyun shrugged and said. They were instantly speechless. This was too exaggerated. 1 or 2 shots, and he said it so easily. That was the cultivation of a divine lord, not an earth lord or a star lord. Let's not talk about this for now. It looks like your scattered elders won't be able to return for now. However, I can bring you to them. How about that? Eteonyun asked. You can still find them? Elder Gu and the others didn't quite believe it. After all, even they couldn't find them. What method did Eteonyun use? Big Brother Tianyun is amazing. He can even find our whereabouts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to save us. Ji Tianza supported Eteonyun. Yes, little brother Tianyun. This time, I will be thick-skinned and continue to ask you to find other elders. As long as you find other elders, we are willing to join your faction. However, before we join, we ask for freedom. You can't interfere in our affairs. If one day we want to leave, please don't stop us. Elder G, you confessed to Eteonyun. Of course, since we have joined your faction, we will also protect you with our lives and treat you as our own home. We are also willing to nurture disciples. If they are talented, we can impart some divine seals that can be opened to the outside world. As for the time we will leave, We think it will not be less than 10,000 years. It's also possible that you won't leave and will stay in your faction. They had invested a lot, but this kind of condition was rather fair. They didn't take advantage of Itianyun. How could they take advantage of a Fanyu faction? They were completely repaying Itianyun. They also gave a time limit. 10,000 years was enough for the three realms to have a qualitative leap. Itianyun's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "That's no problem. I will definitely agree to your request. I will have absolute freedom and will definitely not interfere in your affairs. When the time comes, we will arrange an independent area for you. You can do whatever you want. We won't care about anything." Itianyun definitely knows what to do about these things. Letting the God Spirit race join his three realms was equivalent to wronging them. However, it would bring danger to the three realms. However, he wasn't worried at all. The three realms could move at any time, so he naturally wouldn't be worried about the evil spirit race's attack. Moreover, with his current situation, why would he be afraid of the evil spirit race? Unless a heaven-defying existence appeared, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Chapter 1259. Following that, Itianyun brought them into the evil spirit puppets and relied on the keepsakes they gave them to start looking for the elders of the God Spirit race. As long as they stuffed the keepsakes into the evil spirit wheel, they would be able to find the elders of the God Spirit race. For safety's sake, they all chose to hide in Elder G, use Living Ring, so that it would be easier for them to act. Elder GU and Elder G, you followed Itianyun. The two of them had the strongest cultivation, so they could help if anything happened. Or if they found the elders, they would. Speaking of which, are you really willing to take in the God Spirit race? We're all being chased by the evil spirit race. When we find out where you're from, it might bring disaster. Elder GU said in a deep voice. This question could not be avoided. After thinking for a while, they decided to ask this question. After all, it was a very serious matter, so they had to explain the situation in detail. Of course, if you're not willing, we will also let those descendants awaken their bloodline and teach them some divine seals and martial arts. Elder GU added, Elder G, you was not very good at this kind of negotiation. Furthermore, Elder G, you had chatted with Itianyun a few times, so they could get along well. That's an exaggeration. We're already at odds with the evil spirit race. Even if you don't join, the evil spirit race will find trouble with us. If you join us, our power will increase greatly. That's exactly what we want. Why would we worry about such a thing? Itianyun did not say anything against his heart. That was indeed the case. If they could join, there would definitely be no harm. It was as if they would not be attacked if the God Spirit race did not join. However, if they joined the three realms, the danger would indeed increase. However, there were gains and losses. If they wanted the God Spirit race to teach them comprehensively, they had to be stationed in the three realms. Moreover, he was confident that he could guarantee the safety of the three realms, especially after making the arrangements. If he did not make a trip to the evil spirit race, it would be a waste of his cultivation. At that time, how could the evil spirit race be distracted to deal with them? If that's the case, then we'll disturb you. Since Itianyun had already said this, they wouldn't say anything else. If that really happens, we'll be responsible for attracting their attention and helping you lure them away. We won't cause you any trouble. Elder G, you said from the side. After all, it was their responsibility, and they had to be responsible to the end. There's no need to say that. So long as you join our three realms, I'll protect you no matter what. I'll even join forces with our experts to deal with them. Once you join the three realms, you'll be considered a family. We can't just abandon you like this. Itianyun's voice was sonorous and forceful. Indeed, he wouldn't abandon them. If that was the case, it would be too disappointing. Sometimes one would rather die standing than live kneeling. They were moved. If it was any other force, the evil spirit race would immediately offer up their offerings and even join hands to deal with them. This was simply a type of tragedy. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to join other forces. With just a little pressure, they would immediately be betrayed. They didn't say anything else and had already remembered these words in their hearts. In the future, they would definitely swear to protect the 3 realms with their lives. Under Yi Tianyun's lead, they took many turns and passed through countless divine realms. Very quickly, they arrived at a remote area, and Yi Tianyun stopped. It's nearby. Observe the situation carefully. Yi Tianyun glanced around. It's nothing special. There's not even the slightest mark, not even the slightest clue. They couldn't leave any marks. The marks had already been seen through by the other party. If they still left a mark, then they would be fools. Elder Ji and the others' eyes lit up. They hurriedly looked around to see if there were any clues. However, after looking for a long time, they couldn't find anything. Is it really nearby? They were slightly confused. It's really nearby. Yi Tianyun came to an area and stepped on the ground, drawing a circle on the soil. It's here. It should be hiding below. Hiding here? They quickly came over and stared at this area. After looking for a while, Elder Ji clapped her hands and said in pleasant surprise, "It's really here. This is the Divine Spirit Race's concealment formation. Only we elders can carve it." Elder Ji began to walk around the formation. After a certain number of steps, the ground slowly opened up, revealing a large hole. They jumped down without hesitation, and Yi Tianyun jumped down together with them. After they all landed, the door quickly closed. There was no trace of it at all. There had been some traces before, but there was nothing here. Unless one understood this formation, they wouldn't be able to see it. Even if Elder Ji understood it, she had to look for a while under Yi Tianyun's guidance to see how difficult it was. After entering, they fell from the sky and floated down for a while. Before they could steady themselves, an aura enveloped them. A cold light flashed in the pitch-black space. "Elder Ji Ming, it's us." Elder Ji and the others hurriedly shouted. After shouting, the aura instantly disappeared. Then the surroundings lit up. An elder was standing in front of them. He was Elder Ji Ming. Elder Ji Ming's face was frighteningly pale. He was clearly heavily injured. In addition, there were a few divine spirit race members lying on the ground. Their faces were pitch black. They were clearly poisoned. "Elder Ji, you actually found this place." Elder Ji Ming was extremely shocked. It was unbelievable that they could find such a remote and unmarked place. "It's a long story. We'll talk about it later. Are the other elders poisoned?" Elder Ji and the others were even more shocked. They didn't think that Yi Tianyun could really help them find it. They felt that joining Yi Tianyun's force was the right choice. "That's right. They're all poisoned. Only I'm in a slightly better condition. I wanted to wait for the situation to improve before bringing them back. I didn't expect you to find me. What's the situation with the evil spirit race? Did they all leave?" Elder Ji Ming asked. "Well, they're all dead." Elder Ji, you smiled. "Dead." Elder Ji Ming's face lit up. "Did they get some help? Or did you use some method to deal with it?" "No, it's all because of this little brother. He saved us and many of our clansmen. He even killed those evil spirit race." When Elder Ji and the others said this, they still felt that it was inconceivable. It was as if they were dreaming. A dignified divine spirit race was saved by one person. How could it not be a dream? Chapter 1260. Elder Ji Ming's eyes widened, wondering if he had misheard. This human cultivator had taken care of them, But this human cultivator's cultivation was only at the level of the Lord of Heaven. How could he deal with those divine monarchs? Elder Ji Ming's reaction could be said to be exactly the same as Elder Ji Yu and the others. Both of them were deeply shocked, but most of them were still in disbelief. They had seen people fight above their level, but they had never seen so many. A divine monarch and a Lord of Heaven. The difference was like heaven and earth. As divine monarchs, they knew the difference between them and the Lord of Heaven. Even if it was just one level, it was still a world of difference. This wasn't just the case for divine monarchs. It was the same for other levels. As long as one's cultivation surpassed the level of a divine monarch, then everything else was but an ant. Elder Ji Ming, I want to detoxify the poison first. Rather than discussing the topic, he wanted to detoxify the poisoned divine spirit first. Although it wasn't fatal, the sooner he could detoxify the poison, the sooner he would recover. Clan Head Ji had been poisoned for too long, so he hadn't woken up yet. You know how to detoxify the poison? Elder Ji Ming looked at him in shock, then looked up at Elder Ji Yu and the others, waiting for an explanation. They nodded. They had all seen Yi Tianyun's skills before. He didn't need to refine the detoxification pills. Then hurry up and detoxify the poison. Elder Ji Ming gestured for Yi Tianyun to detoxify the poison. He was thinking about how to do it. Now, it was just a simple detoxification to suppress the spread of the poison in his body, but the effect was minimal. Yi Tianyun didn't say much. He came to the fainted divine spirit and fed them the detoxification pills. After a few detoxification pills, the effects were immediately apparent. Their dark complexions quickly faded. In a short while, their complexions were back to normal, but they still needed to sleep for a while. It wasn't easy to detoxify the poison completely. All right, they will wake up after a short rest. The poison isn't too deep. They will recover faster than Clan Head Ji. Yi Tianyun nodded and stood up. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Elder Ji Ming was grateful. He didn't need to worry anymore. Elder Ji Ming, we have something to discuss with you. Elder Ji Yu and Elder Ji Yu nodded at each other. If they wanted to discuss the matter of joining the three realms with Elder Ji Ming, they had to discuss it with Elder Ji Ming. However, the result would not change. The elders of the divine spirit race had a lot of power. If two of them agreed, it was basically the final decision. Now that the Ji family leader had not woken up, the elder would definitely be in charge. Afterwards, the three of them began discussing. Elder Ji, you told them the gist of the matter. During the process, Elder Ji Ming glanced over from time to time, truly shocked by Yi Tianyun. It could be said that he owed many favors for saving the god spirit race, and it was difficult for him to repay them. Thus, they felt that joining the three realms was a very good opportunity to repay their debt. Moreover, they could also hide, killing two birds with one stone. All right, since you've already said it like this, I have no choice but to agree. Furthermore, this little brother has been of great help to us. Joining them would be our gain. Elder Ji Ming shook his head. No one would believe him. It was already a miracle that a human heavenly lord could save the divine spirit race. Brother Tianyun, when do we leave? Elder Ji Ming looked at Yi Tianyun and asked. They had basically gathered together, so it was about time to leave. It was not safe here. Hiding in the divine domain was not as safe as hiding in the Fanyu region. We can leave now, but before that, you should enter my inner world or the living ring for a while. Yi Tianyun would definitely use the teleportation godstone to bring them back. Bringing them through the many divine domains or the Fanyu region would undoubtedly expose them even more. They could directly teleport over without anyone noticing. Unless they were marked, they would not be discovered. Without hesitation, they immediately chose to enter Yi Tianyun's living ring. Since they chose to believe in Tianyun and chose to join the three realms, there was nothing to hesitate about. Under normal circumstances, no one could casually enter the living ring or the inner world. If anything happened to Tianyun, it would be extremely dangerous. After entering, Tianyun's figure flashed, and he quickly disappeared. Everything was so quiet. The next moment, Tianyun appeared in the sky above the three realms. Seeing such a familiar scene, no different from before, he still felt very comfortable. This was his real home. After wandering outside for so many years, nothing could compare to the warmth here. Tianyun waved his hand, and Elder Jiyu and the others appeared again. They all looked puzzled. It had only been a short while, and they had already come out. Was there something special? All the elders have arrived. Tianyun said, with a smile. Are we here? They were instantly dumbfounded. After coming to their senses, they carefully sensed the surroundings. It really was the normal Fanyu world. This kind of aura was the world of Fanyu. Otherwise, the star power here wouldn't be so thin. We really are here. We were in the divine realm just now. Did they rely on the teleportation array or some special teleportation ability? They all speculated, not knowing how Tianyun did it, more or less relying on the teleportation array. Tianyun smiled and didn't explain too much. He flew down with them. I will take the three elders to the area of your descendants first. Their residence is definitely suitable for you. Elder Ji Ming and the others saw some shock in each other's eyes, as well as some joy. Being able to join the three realms was definitely not a bad thing. On the contrary, they had benefited. Under Tianyun's lead, they quickly arrived at the area of the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Clan was now much more prosperous than before. Coupled with the nourishment of the life core, their reproduction ability had greatly increased. They really are descendants of the Divine Spirit Clan. Their bloodline is a lot thinner, but I can still vaguely feel the bloodline of our race. When they saw a large group of descendants of the Divine Spirit Clan, they were ecstatic. The Divine Spirit Clan had very few descendants to begin with. As long as these descendants awakened the power of their bloodline, they would also become true divine spirits. This meant that they would immediately have thousands of more descendants. How could they not be overjoyed? Ahem, elders, I have something to say first. We won't order them to do anything. Similarly, they are my people. Unless they are willing to go with you, you can't take them away by force. When Tianyun saw the three elders' eyes lit up, he felt it was better to say this in advance. What's there to go? What's there to go? We'll stay here. The three elders shouted in unison. Tianyun was surprised. How could there be such a change? Chapter 1261. Well, didn't you say that you might leave after 10,000 years? Tianyun couldn't help but feel suspicious when he saw how determined they were. Why did they change so suddenly? Who knew what they were thinking? However, he still understood what they said before. It was impossible to completely lock them here, and it was already amazing that they could stay here for 10,000 years. At that time, the three realms would have a great leap, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to leave. Of course, if he could stay, he would definitely hope that they wouldn't leave. If they could stay here forever, that would be the best outcome. Now that they had just started, Tianyun was taken aback, and he didn't know what they were talking about. There are so many people here, and if there are no special changes, we can stay here. They smiled like flowers, as if they had encountered a top treasure. How could they be willing to leave? Suddenly, Tianyun knew what they meant. There were so many people of the spirit race here, and if they could awaken more than half of their bloodline, it would be enough for them to have a lot of people. How could they leave? At first, They thought there were only a few hundred people, but now there were tens of thousands of people, especially in a good environment. How could they be willing to leave? They all wanted to stay here. Tianyan looked at them and smiled. How could he not know what they were thinking? They wanted to stay here and assimilate the spirit race of the three realms and then completely transform into their people. Although they were all of the same race, it was impossible for them to listen to any instructions from Elder Jiue and the others. The ancestral bloodline was important, but it didn't mean that they would listen to everything. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, what's going on? Yi Qingxian quickly flew over. She received instructions from Tianyan and quickly flew over. When she saw Tianyan, she was happy, but when she saw Elder Jiue and the others, she was a little confused. She could feel that these people were not simple, and she even felt a sense of closeness, as if they were of the same race. These are your people, but they have a pure God spirit race bloodline. You will know later. Tianyan said with a smile, a pure God spirit race bloodline. Yi Qingshuan's eyes narrowed. She knew what it meant. It meant that they were at the level of their ancestors. This is the elder who is currently leading the spirit tribe. She is in charge of the spirit tribe now. You can talk to her about this. Tianyan introduced to Elder Jiu and the others. At this moment, Elder Jiu and the others had already released Ji Shuilian and the others. They were very curious about the situation around them, especially when they sensed that there were other clansmen. They were as shocked as Elder Jiu and the others. Is she in charge of everything? Elder Jiu and the others stared at Yi Qingxian. After a moment, they smiled and said, she is indeed a good seedling. If she awakens her bloodline, she will definitely be able to advance to a higher level. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, I usually manage the spirit race, but now that you are back, you will be in charge. You are the king of our spirit race, and we will listen to your instructions. Yi Qingxian smiled. She was very smart, and she immediately understood what Elder Jiu meant. However, she couldn't guarantee that she would be able to deal with these people alone. She definitely had to bring Tianyan with her. She didn't want Tianyan to be a boss who didn't do anything. The king of the spirit race, Elder Jiu, and the others turned their eyes to Tianyan again. Ahem, indeed. My force is called the Three Realms. It is managed by me, but everyone has their own division of labor. If things are more serious, I will make the decision, Tianyan said with a smile. It turns out that you are the true ruler of the Three Realms. Since everyone calls you Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor, we will also call you Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor. From now on, we will be in your care. Elder Jiue and the others smiled. Since they joined the Three Realms, they naturally had to use honorifics. Although Tianyan didn't interfere with their management, this was still his territory. Of course, but I usually don't stay here, so this area is usually managed by two people. One is Elder Yi, and the other is my wife. If there is any important matter, you can discuss it with them. Their decision is my decision, Tianyan said with a smile. After a brief explanation, Tianyan sent a voice transmission to Yi Qingxian. They are your people, and they will help you awaken your bloodline. How much you can learn from them is up to you. Their ability is definitely beyond your imagination. Dig as much as you can. Yi Qingxian smiled like a flower. She naturally knew what to do, no matter what kind of experts came. As long as they came to their territory, they should listen to them. In particular, Tianyan's words meant that Yi Qingxian could do whatever she wanted. More importantly, she should keep her heart and not be taken away. Tianyan wanted them to stabilize the Divine Spirit clan, not let the Divine Spirit clan take away their own people. With such a fat piece of meat in their mouth, how could they not take a bite or two? Soon, They arranged a place for the godly spirit race to live. They were already very satisfied with this place and were not picky. They were willing to join Fan Yu's forces, so they were already mentally prepared. For example, Fan Yu's forces are bad, or the cultivation environment is bad. What they need is security. Stability is enough. The rest can be taken slowly. After the arrangement, a voice sounded in Yi Tianyun's ear. Completed Special Race Joining Forces Achievement. Level 1, Divine Spirit Clan joined, plus 500 crazy point, 500 compression proficiency, and get 3 lottery tickets. The addition of the Divine Spirit Clan and the completion of a good task made Yi Tianyun's eyes light up. This is also an achievement-type task, which means that as long as special races continue to join, they can continue to upgrade this achievement and get higher rewards. This made him feel very satisfied. In the future, if he sees similar declining races, he must rope them in and settle them in the 3 realms. The 3 realms is not big, but it can accommodate hundreds of millions or even billions of cultivators. The resources are a little less, but they can go to the nearby areas to collect resources, and they can even rob the resources of the evil spirit clan. However, since he will accept those special races, the number will certainly not be a lot. Some of them are even like the Divine Spirit Clan, so he doesn't need to provide any resources. On the contrary, the other party will provide them. The rest was left to Yi Qingxian to manage. He was once again a hands-off shopkeeper. Originally, Yi Qingxian was the leader of the spirit race. Naturally, he would let Yi Qingxian manage it. It's time to go back and meet Shui Yun. Yi Tianyun smiled. It's good to come back from time to time. Chapter 1262. After Yi Tianyun went back to have a good chat with Shi Shuiyun and Yi Sishue, he didn't stay any longer. His figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was on the core surface of the 3 realms. There was no doubt that he wanted to complete the previous mission, which was to cross the worry-free bridge. Back then, he felt that he couldn't cross it. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he didn't know if he could cross the worry-free bridge. I wonder if I can pass it this time. If I can, I will know the secret of the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun knew that the 3 realms wasn't simple. It looked simple on the surface, but it was definitely not. In the past, he thought that it could be easily destroyed, but after careful observation, he found that it was terrifyingly strong. Even a heavenly venerate couldn't destroy it. This was the terrifying part. As one's cultivation increased, one's horizons widened, and one could understand how terrifying it was. Who was the expert who created the 3 realms? The key was why he did it. When Yi Tianyun put his hand on the divine seal, his soul consciousness was quickly sucked into the divine seal. When he woke up again, he appeared inside again. The situation around him hadn't changed. All kinds of souls were still coming and going, and there were even unfamiliar faces. However, this wasn't the main point. He went straight to the worry-free bridge and looked across it. After a slight pause, he lifted his foot and walked over to the worry-free bridge. He just wanted to try and see if he could cross it. When he arrived in front of the worry-free bridge, there were souls walking past him and then disappeared at the end, never to be seen again. He lifted his foot and walked on the bridge. As soon as his foot stepped on the worry-free bridge, he immediately felt that his soul consciousness was about to disappear. In that instant, it was as if he had forgotten who he was. He had forgotten everything. He had even forgotten martial arts and who his wife was. In the next second, he quickly retreated, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. This is too scary. All my memories almost disappeared. Yi Tianyun was shocked. He thought that he could withstand it, but now it seemed that he was too naive. If he continued to take a few more steps, all his memories would immediately disappear. When that time came, he would really be reincarnated and completely forget everything. As for whether he could reawaken his memories, he wasn't too sure. Who knew when they would awaken their memories, especially when they had cultivated to a certain level? It was possible for them to awaken. This was only a possibility. Whether or not it would succeed was another matter. Perhaps he would never be able to remember it. These were all possibilities. I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Just how powerful must one's cultivation be to be able to reach the end without losing their memories? Tianyun still had a lingering fear in his heart, and he still hadn't completely recovered from the shock. When he walked the celestial sovereign path, he didn't feel that it was that terrifying. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Although he knew that it would be difficult to pass through here, he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Looks like even a heavenly venerable would find it hard to walk through here, let alone a divine lord. Tianyun frowned. He didn't dare to try teleporting over. Once he teleported over, an even more terrifying memory deprivation would occur, and then everything would be over. He wouldn't do these things that he wasn't sure of. If he wasn't careful, he would be finished. Immediately, he took a deep look at the Forget Worries Bridge, and without hesitation, he turned and left. Soon, his soul consciousness returned to his body and looked at the divine seal under his feet. Sure enough, he needed a stronger cultivation to discover the truth. However, after he broke through a great realm, he still planned to come back and try to see where the gap was. Ding! Successfully completed side quest. Help Patriarch G detoxify. Received 5 compressed crazy point, 5 compressed proficiency, 50 divine spirit races favorability, and a lottery roulette ticket. Not long after he came out, this quest popped up. There is no doubt that Patriarch G detoxify has woken up and completely detoxified the poison. It was just that the reward was a little shabby, but compared to before, it was indeed a much better reward. But for now, it's a bit shabby, but it's better than nothing. Patriarch G detoxify has woken up. It's time to go. Although Elder GU and the others have the right to speak, they still need to meet Patriarch G detoxify. Immediately, his figure flashed and reappeared in the spirit race forest. After a few steps, he saw G Shuelian rushing out of the house in front of him. Young Master Tianyun, my father has woken up. We were just about to go find you, but I didn't expect you to come here. G Shuelian was ecstatic. Even if she already knew that her father could detoxify the poison, she was still very excited to see her father wake up. Then let's go see Patriarch G detoxify. Tianyun nodded with a smile and walked in together with her. As soon as he entered the house, Elder GU and the others were standing on the side, including Yi Qingxian. It seemed that they had already chatted for a while and told him about the general situation. When Patriarch G detoxify saw Tianyun come in, he sat up slightly and said gratefully, "I think you are the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor who saved me. Thank you very much for your help. I am not feeling well now, so I can't get up. Please understand." "That's not necessary. You are still my senior, so you don't need this kind of etiquette." Tianyun said hurriedly, "No, you saved our divine spirit race, and this alone is enough for me to bow to you. I, as the patriarch, didn't bring my people out of danger. Instead, I fell into a predicament." Patriarch G detoxify said with a bitter smile, "If it weren't for Tianyun, they would really be finished. Patriarch G detoxify me, or rather, help me improve my force. I will be very grateful." Tianyun said with a smile. His words were so straightforward, he didn't hide anything. Instead of saying grateful words, it was better to help improve his force. Of course, this is not a problem. Patriarch G detoxify's eyes flashed. "We will do our best to improve your force by several levels in a short period of time, and reach the level of first-grade god realm. Once Patriarch G. Detoxify said he would definitely fulfill his promise. His words carried more weight than Elder GU and the others. Thank you very much, Patriarch G. Detoxify. Tianyan smiled slightly. He was very satisfied with the promise. This was the kind of promise he wanted. First-grade God Realm was not his final goal, but for now he had to take it one step at a time and quickly improve his force to first-grade God Realm. If he took too big a step, he might fall. Chapter 1263. After chatting with Patriarch G and the others, Tianyan was very satisfied and didn't stay any longer. After all, the God Spirit race had many things to do, so he didn't want to disturb them. As for other rewards, he didn't need them at all. The God Spirit race could repay him with something, but he didn't need them for now. Or, rather, he wanted the rewards to be transferred to the three realms. The God Spirit race did their best to raise the three realms' power, and he was already very satisfied. His ability was limited, and he could only teach so much. What he could give was in terms of martial arts. The God Spirit race could greatly strengthen the God Seal. There were also a few elders who could obviously help with many things. When he left, clan leader G gently leaned on the side of the bed, looked at the elders, and said, "Other than some martial arts that are forbidden to be spread out, teach the rest, especially to greatly strengthen this faction. Regardless of race, we have to nurture them." Chief G, what do you mean? Elder GU and the others were dumbfounded. They thought that clan leader G would object or say something. Now that he had an opinion, it was for them to help the three realms more and not hold anything back. This surprised them, and they didn't know why they chose to do this. To them, they had to keep at least half of it. Only then would they be able to maintain their mysteriousness and status. Now, Chief G wanted them to teach everything they knew without holding anything back. This was like he was treating his own disciple, and he was spreading it to the entire three realms, regardless of race. He could even do this to Yi Qingxian and the others. They couldn't understand why he was doing the same to the three realms. Do you think I'm exaggerating? I want you to teach them without holding anything back, and even guide this faction? Chief G smiled calmly. Do you think that I'm spouting nonsense because the poison hasn't been cured yet? Definitely not. Definitely not. The three elders waved their hands to express that they didn't think that way. In reality, they had thought about it before. They had just woken up from the poison, so maybe they really were confused. Okay, there is no need to say so much. Chief G said solemnly, I only said that after listening to your description and considering the situation here. What's going on here? Isn't this just a Fan Yu faction? I've investigated it a little, and the overall situation isn't bad. Compared to other Fan Yu factions, it's relatively strong. The number of star venerates is not bad, much more than the other Fan Yu, Elder GU said after some thought. Now, there were many more star venerates in the three realms. As for earth venerates, none had appeared yet. Existences of this level were not easy to come by. They still needed to accumulate for a period of time. Patriarch G shook his head and said, This is just on the surface. The real important point is that I feel that this place has the true ancestors' aura. Furthermore, it is the true power of our ancestors that has been condensed in the core. The ancestors' aura is here. They were shocked. G-clan leader was different from them. He had felt the ancestors' power before, so he could naturally judge it more accurately. Yes, I didn't believe it at first, but when I sensed it carefully, it was true. The ancestor must have set up something here. Something that the ancestor set up here is definitely not simple. G-clan leader said slowly, Since the ancestor values this place so much, why don't we nurture this place? Moreover, There are so many people here whose bloodline hasn't awakened, but after awakening, they are no different from us. We can also see many things from here. Maybe the ancestors' bloodline is here, and that is where our God spirit races rise lies. Clan leader G threw out another heavy bomb, shocking the three elders, blasting them into a daze. If other people were here, they would be even more shocked. G clan leader only left the three elders to discuss and didn't talk about anything else. The three of them looked at one another, and Elder G Ming sighed. It seems like we were short-sighted. I can't blame you. Your senses aren't as strong as mine in this area. G clan leader smiled. Now, do you know why I made this decision? Yes, since we sense the ancestors' aura. Should we go take a look? Elder GU and the others were extremely excited. If they could obtain the ancestors' power, they would be able to reach a higher level. Don't, G clan leader said solemnly. Everything must respect the master's will. When we achieve something, we will discuss it with the heavenly cloud's great emperor. We can't blindly demand. We must first learn to respect and repay. Since the ancestor left the energy here, it must have its own meaning. They nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, they must respect Yi Tianyun's will and not act recklessly. If Yi Tianyun found out, it wouldn't be good. So we have to take it slow and not rush at all. There are still many things that we need to do here. There are so many descendants waiting for us to help them awaken. Basically, everything was finalized. Yi Tianyun didn't need to eavesdrop nearby to know that they wouldn't do anything. Their loyalty and favorability had reached more than 70 to 80, so naturally, they wouldn't cause any trouble. At the same time, he also guessed that G clan leader's answer must be related to the three realms. He originally suspected that the three realms was probably created by the ancestors of the God spirit race, but as for why it was created, he wasn't quite sure. Anyway, G clan leader must have sensed something, and he wasn't afraid of being sensed at all. Even if he knew, could he take this place away? Besides, he was the master of this place. No one could take the three realms away. After spending some time with Shi Shuiyun and the others, Yi Tianyun used the teleportation divine stone to return to the evil spirit race's territory in mortal realm. Now, it was time to do a thorough cleaning and complete the main quest. After returning here, Yi Tianyun immediately sensed the area where Yu Ming was. He immediately flew over and soon found Yu Ming with a group of experts, hiding in a planet to rest, ready for the next big attack. Yu Ming. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and appeared beside Yu Ming. Master. When Yu Ming sensed Yi Tianyun's aura, she immediately stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. When Yi Tianyun saw her energetic expression, it seemed that the battles did not make her tired, but filled her with energy. After all, this was her goal. Every time she obtained a great victory, she would be extremely excited.